All right, here we go. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody to Hash Church 5.0, episode 11. And we got the Skunk Man and we got Etienne coming in faster than fast. Appreciate you guys for doing that. It's always whoop, whoop. So it's always a little bit of a freak when there's no one in the room, period. And I know it's like, okay, yeah, it's fine. Everyone's going to show up while I'm doing the logistics of opening the YouTube and making sure that it's recording on my computer so I can create the MP4 for the audio podcasts that we put up, because we do put this up as a video and we do put it up as a podcast. Well, welcome all you Hash Churchers. There's already 62 of you in the room. We were talking to Bingo Lombardi. John Maddox, of course, it's his birthday today, a longtime Hash listener and Hash smoker. He was given till he was 47 to live by his doctors. He turns, I believe, 54 today. So good for you, John, pushing the boundaries on what the doctors tell you can do.
They're the
Appreciate you.
hash listeners.
Oh, let's see. I want to make sure that stream is still going because my stream just sort of turned off for a second. I might have just had an error. I'm going to see if it's still. Yeah, it's going. I can't hear you that time. Sorry, but
Yeah, it's live streaming. It says live streaming, so
perfect. It just went black on me for a second just to
And
mess with me.
do you hear me?
I can
yeah.
hear you wonderfully.
Oh, okay, no, because I'm the hash whisperer.
Oh, you are the hash whisperer. That's not too wrong at all. I appreciate you being the hash whisperer. There was mild whisperings from your mouth to my ears that have affected me. Well, according to Joe Petrie, you actually created me, Sam. You created me.
It wasn't easy, but I'm glad I did it.
I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. I'm
We all
excited today. I'm excited today. We got some good folks coming in. Amanda Ryman is coming in. In fact, that's crazy. She literally just came in like this second, as I mentioned her name. That's serendipitous. I appreciate that. Welcome, Amanda.
Oh,
Really nice to
hey,
have
how's
you
it
here
going?
on. Yeah, nice to have you here on Hash Church. I'm going to give a short little introduction because you've never been on before, and our paths have never crossed, funny enough. I know, of course, they've passed with Etienne and many of our sort of mutual friends, but Amanda, I've been watching Amanda on these TikToks and Facebooks and Instagrams. I don't even know what they are, but they're really cool. It's usually her and one other person, and she's very articulate and very well spoken. And I just, whenever I hear people speaking about things that I can tell are true, I resonate to that. And I have a bullshit detector that's pretty good considering Skunkman Sam, which we've just mentioned, created me, and he has the ultimate bullshit detector. This is a joke from an article that Joe Petrie posted, a scathing article about him ripping Sam and myself a new one. And in that article, he said, and Bubble Man, a creation of Skunkman Sam. I've always kind of held that dear. I thought it was pretty funny. So Amanda is she gave me a bio, but I want to read the email that she sent me. She's a public health researcher. She's been studying the relationship between cannabis, people, and greater society for 20 plus years, two plus decades. She conducted one of the first studies of medical cannabis patients and dispensaries and the use of cannabis as a substitute for alcohol and other drugs, which Etienne mentioned just last Sunday. She's worked in patient services, research, policy. She helped craft initiatives like Prop 64 in California. She's the chairwoman of the Medical Cannabis Commission for the city of Berkeley, California, and on the Cannabis Regulatory Commission for the city of Oakland. In 2020, she founded a platform called Personal Plants that educates people on how to develop and maintain a healthy, balanced relationship with cannabis. And she has a web series as well called The Truth About the Plant on YouTube. Currently, she's the Chief Knowledge Officer. I like that. For New Frontier Data, a data and analytics company that serves the cannabis industry. And she's also on the Ganjier Council as an instructor for the program. We love the Ganjier program. We think those people are all awesome. And we're just really happy to have you here. So welcome, Amanda.
Well, thank
Aren't
you
you
so much
part
for
of the
having me. It's my
aren't you
pleasure.
part of the Cannabis Historical Society also?
Yes, I'm also a founding
See?
board member of the California Cannabis Historical Society, which is just kind of getting off the ground and is made up of some really amazing, I mean, OOGs who've been doing this long before I was born, and really working to bring cannabis normalization to California. So really excited to help them bring that project to life.
Sam doesn't miss anything. You see that? I thought that
I
was a
can
lot.
tell.
And Sam's like, wait a minute, you missed the Historical Society, which of course we know as a cannabis lover of the highest level. Sam's all about the history of cannabis and making sure that we are accurately describing the history of what happened. And I've always appreciated that about him. He's willing to change. Both him and Rob have been willing to change their vernacular. They've been willing to change certain things that they know as they learn more. That's harder to do when we're younger. Sometimes we have a harder time, acknowledging change and accepting that, hey, it's okay. Change is okay. So welcome also to Dr. Mark Chaldone, who just popped in, as well as Colin Palmer. Really excited for today's show. I invited a schwack of people, and it sounds like a schwack of people. We may see Debbie Goldsberry later today. She has unfortunately lost her little doggy that is literally a member of her family. So she's been very devastated by that. I thought, what a great place to come and spend a Sunday morning with some people who love and appreciate her. To spend a vibe with her. So we're hoping that she might pop in as well. And I also invited Jody Emery in for a little visit today as well. I haven't talked to Jody in quite some time. I wanted to just get an update and hear what she's up to. And then Rick DeLisi is going to see if him and his dad can come in. His dad doesn't really use the computer, so he kind of needs someone to be there with his father to kind of get the chat going. But this is a long time coming. I don't even know how long I've known Rick. It's been years and years and years. I feel like it was soon after my father died in 2005 that Rick and I's paths crossed, because I remember him telling me that his father had been in jail for 15 years at that point in time, maybe more. And, I was one of the few people that instead of just being like, oh, I had just lost my father in a motorcycle accident on a motorcycle that I bought him for his 50th birthday. In fact, both him and his wife perished in that accident. It was devastating to me as well. And I was able to give Rick the perspective that your dad is still alive. And although he's in prison, you're going to see him again one day. I picked up that sort of that battle with Rick. He told me years later that I was one of the first people to really start promoting and posting and getting the word out on what was going on, which I had no idea personally. It was just the right thing to do kind of thing. So we're hoping to see him as well for a little visit. We got a long show today, and yeah, I'm really excited to hear more from you, Amanda. I punch in nowadays into ChatGPT, which this morning I said, I need some great questions for Hash Church. I have Dr. Amanda Ryman, Jody Emery, Debbie Goldsberry, and Rick and Richard DeLisi coming on. I can't believe the questions that it gave me, actually. There's some pretty good questions in here, but rather than start off with a question, maybe just a little introduction from you, Amanda. I know I gave you a pretty good one, but just from your own words, what's been driving you in all of this for all of these decades? Clearly, you're passionate about this, but you're also, very focused and articulate. And so we'd love to hear a little bit about how that all came to be.
Sure, my pleasure. So I'm coming to you today from Tacoma, Washington, where I live now. I moved up here in July after being in California for over 20 years, ready to trade the fire for rain. And it's been a good decision so far. But I got involved in this movement in the late 90s. I was a social work student and studying the drug war. And at that time, Students for Sensible Drug Policy was founded in 1998 in response to the Higher Education Act, which said that you couldn't get funding for college if you had a drug charge. And this really struck me as especially egregious because this is people who are trying to better their lives and people who are trying to create more opportunities for themselves. And to say that, no, you can't have access to this because of our, biased criminal justice system just didn't seem right. So I got really interested in what I could find out about the drug war. Now, these were very early internet days. So it took a lot of work in order to do research and find out, about the crack cocaine sentencing disparity laws and the racially biased policing. And once I found out about that, I really wanted to dedicate my life to changing those laws. So after I got my master's degree in social work, I decided that in order for anyone to really listen to me, like to be in the room and be able to make real change, I had to get a PhD. I felt that, women especially weren't taken very seriously in the policy realm, and especially when you're talking about drug laws. So I decided to go and get a PhD in social welfare. And then I moved to California in 2002 to start the PhD program at Berkeley. And I was a cannabis consumer. I started consuming cannabis regularly around age 18. I grew my first plant in my closet in Chicago in 1999 with a high pressure sodium light that I got for Hanukkah from my parents. And so I was really into cannabis, and moving to the Bay Area from Chicago, I had no idea what was going on with medical cannabis. Like, we didn't, this again, pre-internet, right? So you didn't have 24-hour news cycles. You didn't have social media showing you everything that was happening. I hooked up with Students for Sensible Drug Policy Berkeley chapter, and they said, you should get a card. You're a medical patient, you should get a card. So I went to Dr. Frank Lucido for the first time in 2002, got a medical cannabis card, and went to Berkeley Patients Group. I'm pointing to Etienne. I don't know if he's next to me in everybody's view, but in my view, he is. And I was floored about what was going on at Berkeley Patients Group and other dispensaries, because from a social service perspective, you rarely, if ever, see a community health center that's giving free services to people, whether or not they have insurance. There's my cat. And so I was like super excited about what's happening. And I thought, someone needs to study this and document it, because as we move forward with legalization, these types of models are going to disappear. And I used to call that the community service model versus the Walgreens or pharmacy model. And I felt that we would move more towards that, where you just came in, got your medicine, and left. And if we didn't have any documentation about the benefits of this other model, which was really born out of the HIV/AIDS movement in San Francisco, then we wouldn't have any reason to keep it around. And I wanted to show that it was really beneficial for patients to have access to services, to have access to each other and lounges, and the ability to consume socially and get that support from each other. So I did my doctoral dissertation on medical cannabis dispensaries in 2005. Berkeley Patients Group was in my sample. And it was 130 patients, which at the time was the largest sample of medical cannabis patients in existence, which is not a lot of people. And then I just went on to pursue that. There were so few of us doing social science research on cannabis at the time that once you did it, you were kind of known as like the person that does it. So I started to get invited to present at all these conferences. And then after I graduated, I went to Berkeley Patients Group and to Etienne and Sean and Tim and Debbie. And I said, hey, you should hire me as your director of research and patient services, because you have so many people coming in here, and I could do surveys and we can find out so much more about them. And they agreed. So I went to work for Berkeley Patients Group, and I did my study on cannabis as a substitute for alcohol and other drugs, which was one of the first to do that. And I published a paper on that in 2008, and really helped put their Helping Hands program together, which gave medicine to low-income people. And then they got busted by Melinda Haig, and had to shut down operations for a while and move to a delivery model. And so I was let go. And then I went to work for Drug Policy Alliance, because I realized if we didn't change the laws, these things were going to continue to happen, and good businesses would continue to get shut down. Cannabis in California was very strange at that time. There were no state licenses. And there were no local licenses except for dispensaries. So no cultivators had licenses to operate. It was really just luck of the draw, whether or not you were going to be able to continue or get shut down. So I went to work for Drug Policy Alliance. We drafted Prop 64. We passed legalization in California. And then I left and moved up to the Emerald Triangle and moved up to Mendocino County to do rural community development work and figure out how we were going to take a new framework of legalization and help farmers transition into a legal environment, and did that for about 7 years. And then we decided to move up to Washington. I went to work for New Frontier, which is a remote position. And now I'm back doing research, which I love, and really understanding consumers, consumer behavior, motivations for use, and making sure that the legal market is meeting their needs, especially medical consumers who often get left behind. And then, as you mentioned, in 2020, I founded Personal Plants because something we're never taught is how to have a healthy, balanced relationship with cannabis. That's not something that's brought up in school. We don't learn the difference between different methods and their potencies and how to employ harm reduction. So I decided to start a platform where I could talk to people about developing healthy relationships with the plant. If you want to have a relationship with the plant for like 60 years, there's a trick to that. And so I founded that. We started doing our YouTube series. And then this last summer, I developed a program called Cannabis and Balance that's supposed to kind of be an alternative to traditional substance abuse treatment programs for cannabis, which really missed the mark completely on how to help people adjust their cannabis use to best fit their needs. So this program does that. And so I'm hoping to bring it more widely available. And then just a last thing on a personal note, I was a cannabis consumer multiple times a day for almost 30 years. I would pop 100 milligrams of THC and go to the gym. Like it was a part of my lifestyle to the nth degree. And then something changed with my metabolism. I got diagnosed with an autoimmune condition in my mouth where I couldn't inhale cannabis anymore. And 2 years ago, I stopped smoking. And last year, I pretty much stopped using it. And now I use maybe 5 milligram edible once a month. And it's been really interesting because I'm in cannabis. Like it's been my only adult job. It's been part of my life for decades and decades. And I have to figure out how I still honor the plant and teach about the plant and teach the Ganjier program, but not really be a consumer of the plant. So that's been really fascinating to navigate and to kind of figure out how I still advocate for the plant and then at the same time not really consume her. So
That's really interesting, Amanda. And the reason I find, first of all of that was interesting and amazing, and bravo, and what an incredible history of work that you've been doing. And I just want to give you super props for that. But at the same time, I also want to say that I have had a similar situation as you. Now, I personally got through that situation, but I remember I broke my Cossacks on my dirt bike. More motorcycle nightmares. Yeah, I don't know why I'm attracted to these things, but my dad put me on one when I was 5 years old, and I can't get rid of them out of my head. Welcome to Ryan Lee, by the way. Chimera just popped into the room. Want to say hello to him. But yeah, when I broke my Cossacks, I'm a big narrow leaf drug cultivar guy. I'm a fiend for the terpenoline. I'm a fiend for that, what I guess we used to call sativa, but I don't want Ryan jumping on me by calling it sativa. Um, I started having massive anxiety attacks. I would take the smallest amount of a dab or of a puff. I haven't smoked cannabis in 24 years. Having gone to the school of Skunkman Sam, I just, for whatever reason, fell in love with the hash when I started having access to hash that was so very pure and strong. We're talking 60, 70+%, pure glandular trichome heads grown to perfection. And I started having I'd take a little puff, and not only would I have an anxiety attack, that was a part of it. It was more like I would exasperate the pain of my Cossacks. And I'm not sure how many people here have ever broken a Cossacks, but I can tell you that out of the 17 bones that I broke, and I did just break this one 6 weeks ago, my number 17, it was by far the worst bone I've ever broken in my life. It was terrifying. It was humbling. It was like humble pie every day. I couldn't move for months. I walked like maybe 110-year-old person, like 1 inch at a time. And I was just having this real experience that I had defined myself as this person who needs to smoke hash, and I'm this big hash smoker guy. And not only do I show people how to make hash, but I have to be able to smoke hash. I have to be able to. And so this was this real strange thing that went through my head that I was like, well, how do I do this? How do I honor the plant? How do I honor this education and this information that has all come from my consumption of the plant? That was the foundation and the basis of that experience. And For a while, I kind of kept it on the low. I'm also making tons of videos. So people are like, hey, Bubble Man, take a big one, And so this was just bubbling up to like, I obviously am going to have to acknowledge this at one point in time and I'm going to have to talk about it. And yeah, it was an interesting feeling where you just suddenly, and I'm not speaking for you, of course, I'm speaking for me. I just felt like I wasn't authentic anymore. Like, oh, how can I do this if I'm not doing this? Like, Bubble Man has to puff. Like, Bubble Man can't not puff. And you know what? I got comfortable with it. I got okay with it. I got to the point where, and I did get through it. I have this relationship with the plant where it was very saddening for me to suddenly be like, whoa, like, am I never going to be able to enjoy cannabis the way I did for 30 plus years? And now I'm going to have some and it's going to exasperate some weird pain in my body, or it's going to, do this and do that. Well, taking care of myself, really adjusting my diet. My wife has the most incredible healthy diet. She's always making me wonderful organic vegan food. So I'm very lucky to have her in my life. But it was also my son a couple years ago who was very skinny and, maybe about 6 foot tall. He started lifting weights. Well, he's now 6'5" and weighs 240 pounds. He's a legitimate monster. And just his slow emasculation of me in my home by making me look like a small child every time he walked by totally got me into the weight room. And the weight resistant training sort of adjusted all those nerves and ligaments and muscles and tendons that were kind of unhappy. And I strengthened them all around the coccyx. And I just moved myself out of that pain. And now today I'm able to take big walloping rips that I enjoy again. But I do feel for you on that experience. And I don't think it's bad. I think that you've done more than enough for cannabis to honor cannabis. And the idea that you or me would have a problem with not being able to honor cannabis because we can no longer smoke it for whatever reason is ridiculous at the highest level. How could we have ever considered it being, fairly intelligent human beings in the first place? So I honor that you have been honest with us and, shared that little bit of your story. And I guess I wanted to ask you one of my first ChatGPT questions because it plays into everything that you spoke. It says for Dr. Amanda Ryman, cannabis researcher and advocate. You've been an advocate for using cannabis as a substitute for more harmful substances. How have you seen this strategy evolve with the legalization of with cannabis, and what data supports its efficacy today?
Well, that's a great question. I think there's kind of three different categories here. One is opiates, which we know is a huge issue. And, overprescribing of opiates, people getting prescribed opiates for chronic pain when it's really should be more for acute pain where you're on it for a short period of time and then weaned off, but instead people being on it for years. I think there is alcohol and the kind of the substitution factor for alcohol. And then I think that there are Ambien, Zoloft, kind of these drugs of well-being, you might say, that are pharmaceutical drugs that are also very hazardous to use long-term. And so cannabis is really interesting. As you know, we have endocannabinoid receptors all through our bodies. Cannabis works on multiple mechanisms and can bring multiple effects depending on the intention, depending on the cultivar, depending on the cannabinoid and terpene makeup of that cultivar. And so people have been successful in substituting cannabis in all three of these categories. So with opiates, pain relief, obviously, but long-term chronic pain. So I have a degenerative disc disease. I've had back surgery, and back surgery is not fun to recover from. It's also like you're shuffling around for a while. And in the hospital, they started me on the morphine drip right after surgery. And then my partner smuggled in some cannabis tincture. And I was using like 300 milligrams of THC and 300 milligrams of CBD at a clip. And I was not feeling high because it had a lot to do in my body. Like there were a lot of pain signals going on. The cannabinoids were attending to that. But my overnight nurse was like, you're requesting so much less morphine than everybody else on this floor who's had the same surgery. And I had to tell them that was why, because I was using cannabis and I continued to use it after I got out of the hospital. And so I didn't have the side effects of opiates. Constipation is like one of the worst side effects of opiates. But also I was able to get off of the opiates, which is going to reduce your chance for dependence. So Donald Abrams, years ago, cancer researcher and doctor, did a really interesting study on opiates and cannabis. And what he found is that they actually have a synergistic relationship, that using them together can be really effective. But what it does is it allows you to take fewer opiates farther apart. So if I can take 2 pills 8 hours apart versus 4 pills 4 hours apart, not only am I reducing the likelihood of those side effects of accidental overdose, I'm reducing the likelihood of dependence. So I think that cannabis and opiates have a really interesting relationship. And the research, we've seen that in states that legalize cannabis, we see prescriptions for opiates go down. We see Medicare Part D claims for opiate reimbursement go down. And patients are reporting that they are using cannabis in lieu of opiates, especially people with chronic pain, where it's not just like, oh, I have surgery, but I'm going to recover from it. It's people that are like, I'm going to need pain management for 10, 20, 30 years. And when I was first doing my research, one of the big claims about medical cannabis was that it was just being used by able-bodied young men, right? That was kind of like what people thought was happening. And when I did my research at BPG, I found that the average age of a patient was 40, and they did trend to be male. But what I found was that who these people were laborers, manual workers. And they started their jobs at age 18. And by the time they got in their mid 30s, they were having pain from lifting, from bending, from everything that comes in with doing manual labor. And their doctors wanted to put them on opiates for long-term pain control, and they didn't want to do it. So they were seeking out cannabis. So I think for opiates, there's a lot of promise for people with long-term chronic pain because they're able to not get dependent on opiates and use something instead. Alcohol, we're seeing the substitution happen. We're seeing cannabis sales outpace alcohol sales. Now, this is kind of interaction with Gen Zs who are not as interested in alcohol. But part of the reason they're not as interested in alcohol is because they have a lot of alternatives available to them that my generation, Gen X, and even millennials that came after me did not have. So when they turned 21, we were all like, 21, let's go to the bar, right? Like that was like the rite of passage. And now it's like, let's go to the dispensary. And so they're able to, from the get-go, choose something other than alcohol, and they are choosing something other than alcohol. So we're definitely seeing alcohol rates decline as we see cannabis rates increase, especially among young adults, that 21 to 26-year-old age group. And then the final class of like kind of the wellness focused drugs, things for anxiety, insomnia, the top 3 reasons that people use cannabis is relaxation, sleep, and anxiety. And these are all reasons that were previously medicated with pharmaceutical drugs. So I mentioned Zoloft, I mentioned Ambien, people getting prescribed these psychopharmacological substances that didn't quite help and also had a lot of side effects associated with them. People are using cannabis instead. So we see consumers saying, I'm using cannabis to relax at the end of the day, to help alleviate anxiety and to help me sleep. And they are using that instead of these other substances, including alcohol, that have been traditionally used for those purposes. So I think substitution is a huge umbrella of opportunity. And thankfully, with legalization, because you have the access and because of the reduction in stigma and because of the multiple products that are on the market, right? So people are like, well, I don't want to smoke, or I don't want to smoke in my household. I've got young kids. Their ability to access edibles and beverages and feel comfortable taking them is really increasing the likelihood that if their doctor's like, oh, you're having trouble sleeping, let me put you on some Ambien. They're like, you know what? Before I try that, let me get a CBN gummy from the dispensary and see if that's going to help instead. So I think increased access, the standardization of products, the decrease in stigma is just helping prop up this opportunity for substitution.
Wow. Very well said. Appreciate all of that. You mentioned 3 things: sleep, anxiety, and relaxation. I kind of pile them all into this sort of cannabis seems to reduce the threshold of inflammation right below that threshold where people like my mom, she can't sleep because she's inflamed, she's older, she takes her little gummy, all of a sudden the inflammation goes down, she sleeps like a baby. Obviously when we have less inflammation and less pain, we also have less anxiety. I'd have anxiety when I would take that hit and exasperate my pain. That was actually giving me anxiety. So it's very interesting that it also reminds me of when you were in the hospital and you were using the cannabis to reduce the amount of opioids that you were taking. I always wonder, like I've heard so many stories of this at this point in time. Why is it still so surprising to doctors and nurses to hear this information? And how are we going to break down that barrier where they can finally hear? Like, well, we've had countless patient stories from, Callie Blackwell talking about secretly giving her son Darren cannabis oil on his deathbed, right? He was the story, the boy in 1 billion who had the two super rare cancers. He literally took every medication that the doctors had at the hospital. He was taking Parkinson's medication. He was taking, if you had cancer, bowel cancer, they were just like, give him everything. She starts giving him this oil. On his deathbed, he had already done his eulogy and funeral, and he had already planned his death. And at this point, he takes this oil. They cut the nerves in his hands, so they said he would never feel his hands again. Well, those grew back years later from his cannabis intake. The doctors were like, "That's impossible. You can't you can't regenerate your nerves. That's not something." So, at what point are we going to hit a threshold where doctors and nurses are going to see this and be like, see it instead of like brush it off? Oh, you're taking what to reduce your opioid? I mean, I live in a province where 400 people die every 30 days from opioid addiction, from fentanyl overdosing, and they're not all drug addicted homeless people. And even if they were, who cares? There's still people that are still dying every month, 3, 4, 500 people. It's been going on for years in my province. It's nothing to walk downtown Vancouver in the sketchy part of town and see a dead person laying on the ground. And to me, this just seems we've already got documentaries on Netflix about the Purdue family and what they did and how they did it. It's just so confusing to me. At what point will we breach that threshold and have doctors kind of be like, "Hey, this is a real thing. Like this is serious. We want to be able to help patients, and when we send them out, we want to make sure that they're not highly addicted to these opioids and going to the streets to try and hunt them down, because that's kind of where the big problem begins. Once there's a hot pill with fentanyl mixed into it, we've seen how fast it can end lives. So I wonder if you have any insight into that, when we're ever going to see that sort of push over and have this understanding at the hospitals that this
It's
is
part of the culture. It's part of the doctor culture. Like even Lester Grinspoon, he was completely against cannabis or the idea of using cannabis to treat Danny.
true.
And it was his wife that went out and got it. Even today, like I don't, you should have Dr. Mark Ware on. I don't know if you had him on, but he teaches at he's associated
Yeah.
with McGill, and he told me that they spend 2 hours total on the endocannabinoid system in medical school. Right? It's not a system that they touch. It's only been 20 years really since we discovered the cannabinoid receptors. So there's this whole generation of doctors that they don't understand the science.
30,
It's just
30
they're just
years.
not aware of it.
Yeah,
30
mid-90s.
years.
Yeah, 30 years. Sorry, 30 years.
That's what happens when you get older.
88.
You look back and you think it's 20 years, but it's actually been 30 years. You're going to
It
blink
doesn't
again,
seem that
Ryan, and
long
it's going to be
ago.
40 years, buddy.
Yeah, I was in
Marcus,
university studying that stuff when it was kind of coming around into being. And even in the neuroscience department, like it was kind of like, oh, that's that new thing that's not important. Don't really focus on that too much, right? And look, again, 30 years ago, where were we? You couldn't talk about medicinal cannabis.
Yeah.
It just wasn't, it was such a fringe idea that it was just absurd to even consider it. And a lot of these older people that were the establishment back then, they're starting to die off, dude. Right? And I think it's going to be one of those things. Like you talk about Gen Z having access to these drugs. This is the evolution, right? This is the evolution. And old ideas, they take time to die, and new understandings take time to be adopted by society.
To root.
That's right, to take root, yeah, and really grow through society. So it's been really
Yeah.
interesting watching your career, Amanda, and it's nice to see you, of course. Um, yeah, that whole thing with like even feeling a weird shame about not consuming cannabis. Like, what's up with that?
Oh, I
Right?
don't
Like,
feel any shame about it, but I'm actually using it, right? So I use my experience to talk to other people who, it's so interesting because I wrote several articles for my platform about my experience, about what it was like to stop using cannabis after using it for 30 plus years, like multiple times a day. And I had a lot of people reach out to me, people in the industry, people in the advocacy space to say, I'm also going through something similar. I mean, when we get older, our metabolism changes, especially for women. We have all kinds of hormone things going on. And it could be that, and I'd love to, for there be a research study on middle-aged women and their endocannabinoid functioning, because a lot of women find cannabis helpful for menopause. And a lot of other women I know found that their tolerance to cannabis dropped significantly when they got into their 40s. And so, you have to honor what's best for your body and what's best for
absolutely.
you. And, I was using cannabis the way I always had, and it was giving me anxiety, and I didn't like the effect. And so I love cannabis. I don't want to have a negative relationship with her. I don't want to have a relationship with her that I'm forcing onto myself because I feel like I have to maintain some kind of face of cannabis. I want to be able to talk about it as it changes and say, hey, I used to do this and it was great, and now I do it and it's not great, and so I'm going to change my relationship.
And that's
And
okay, right?
yeah, and
That's
that's
okay.
totally okay, and we should do that. We should
Yeah.
do that. And I compare cannabis to exercise a lot because I think that it makes a lot of sense. Cannabis and exercise are both inherently beneficial activities. Cannabis is a healthy plant, exercise is a healthy activity. But if I were to go out and jog 10 miles right now, my body would not be happy. I've got back problems, I've got hip problems. Like my body would hurt and it would say that was not a good decision, even though someone else could go jog 10 miles and have a great time and come back and feel great afterwards. So, like, I still exercise, but I have to do it in a way that's going to honor my body and that's going to give me benefit without giving me harm, even though it's a healthy activity overall. And I think cannabis is the same way. Cannabis is an inherently healthy activity, but we have to do it in a way that fits our needs and our body and our limitations, and be honest that those things change throughout our lifetime.
Your
And
allegiance needs to be to yourself before the plant,
oh,
right?
100%.
Like
And that's
everybody,
why I
you know,
changed my consumption patterns,
yeah.
because but I can still teach it, So like when I go to teach the Ganjier, I was just there a few weeks ago in Humboldt, and they are so understanding about it. And so I still do the assessment of aroma with Swami and Kevin. And we go through that whole process. And then in the afternoon, where they do the experience part where they're consuming, I leave the room and I go take a walk or take a hike or enjoy the nature. And they're totally cool with that. They're not like, oh, Amanda can't do this part. They're just
Well, why
like,
shouldn't they be? It's a weird thing. It's just like
it
this.
is, but that it is that way though. In a
It
lot
is. It is
of
that way.
environments, people,
Absolutely.
I mean, I've seen so many like debates on social media, like, should someone be able to work in the industry if they don't consume? And there's a
Yeah.
lot of people out there that are like, no, they
Yeah.
should not be able to work in the industry if they do not consume cannabis. And I think that consuming cannabis and understanding cannabis are two different things. Like you can understand cannabis and know about it and know the plant and know how it works in the body without consuming it. Not all cannabis doctors
Raphael Meshulam.
can exactly consume cannabis, and they still have unbelievable knowledge that is benefiting all of us. So I think we have to divorce this idea that in order
100%.
to contribute to the cannabis conversation in any way, you have to be a consumer,
Well, we
because
can
we
change
want to
the
bring people in.
definition. we can change the definition of consumer, because right now what we're saying is consuming, but we're all talking about THC. But you can consume cannabis in a variety of ways. You can consume it as a healthy food by consuming its seed embryos or the oil that's been squeezed from those seed embryos. You could wrap your body in the fiber that's been made into clothing and sort of consume it that way. So there, like my wife is not a huge no one would consider my wife a cannabis consumer, yet she eats cannabis daily. She consumes CBD. She's just not a person that engages with THC. She's like 1 milligram is too much for her. She's like hypersensitive to that. So I think it's just a matter of sort of, if you have a relationship, you have a relationship, and you don't necessarily have to burn something and inhale it into your lungs to have a relationship with it.
Well, it's not, this thing is not for us, right? This is not La Cosa Nostra, right? This is, how can we help people benefit in society from cannabis, right? And so if we limit the conversation to only the people that take the strongest dabs, like,
No.
it's just a bizarre thing. Like, there's a machismo to it that I think kind of needs to go away.
It's bravado for sure.
Yeah, it's a toxic masculinity that has overridden the smoking circles that has to now be broken, because there is no written law that says one must imbibe cannabis to be an example, leader, writer, educator, etc., to honor cannabis. Let's just retire that outright. Okay. Now,
Well, like I said, Raphael Mechoulam, right? He discovered THC.
Continuing that conversation, an expert on poisons doesn't imbibe poisons to be that world expert on poison.
He needs to
right?
take the biggest amount of poison, dude, if I'm going to listen to him.
Have the biggest hits
Only
of
arsenic.
Right. So, I mean, moving on, to what you're asking, Bubble Man, I think Dr. Ryman has seen come as recently we've seen the American Nursing Association now recognizing cannabis medicines as a specialty. Okay, so that is huge. We're now seeing educational institutions honoring and giving continuing credit access now for doctors and nurses that didn't exist even a decade ago, right? And we want to thank Rachel Parmalee and others. She wrote the book for the American Nurse Association on, medical cannabis. But also, Dr. Ryman, going back to your point, in 2018, we saw an even bigger shift in the dynamic of our clientele getting older, as we saw a lot of retired women coming in specifically looking for CBD and THC blends to help them sleep, because postmenopausal. And so I started asking that question, and they finally felt comfortable that, one, it was legal, two, that they no longer had jobs, so they no longer had to pee test, and three, the overriding uncomfortability of not being able to sleep, or hot flashes and other aspects that they found cannabis to be helpful, made it a very much a part of their daily or medical needs, depending on what variety of imbibing they chose. Most of them were looking for something simple as an entry point, like a vaporizer pen, something very simple. They didn't want to now learn how to roll a joint. And of course, there weren't really CBD blends of flowers initially out. In fact, it's still a problem. Finding CBD blends for patients and patient access is still a real challenge in today's market. But it was fascinating to see. And remember, Dr. Ryman, when you did your initial studies where we saw that demographic around 40, the amount of women 60 and older coming was a rather surprise to all of us.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I actually do, now that you mentioned that, Bubble Man, I will say I do use cannabis every day, because I take a 30-to-1 CBD THC tincture every night that I squeeze in my mouth to help with the inflammation that I have because of the autoimmune condition. So I do actually use cannabis every day. I just do not get intoxicated from cannabis anymore, except when I take my little 5 milligram gummy occasionally, or, a little bit of a beverage. I love the beverages. They don't really have them here in Washington. Washington weed scene, you guys. Oh my God, it's terrible. I did not know how good I had it when I lived in Northern California. I totally took it for granted. And then we moved up here and it was like,
It's a hard market. It is a
yeah,
hard market. I've tried to operate in that market and I do have some products in that market, but it is a very hard market in the sense that it's similar to Canada in the sense that it's very, very hard to bring a good product to market and it's very expensive and it's almost like so costly that it's just a tough sort of pathway to figure out for a lot of people because you need everything to line up so perfectly where you can still get something to market that's like that's special and that's
yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah. But I
So
did want
I
to say
just
one
want
other thing about the doctors real quick before we move on. The other big barrier here in the States is that cannabis is not an FDA approved drug. And you
Yeah.
have so many doctors that live and die by FDA approval. And so they have blinders on. They're only looking at things that can be reimbursed by insurance, that are FDA approved. And if it is not on that list, even if they have patients that are like, this is so good, this works for me, this is helping me with my care. If it is not an FDA approved drug, they're not interested. And they could say, I totally believe you. But until cannabis is an FDA approved drug, I mean, that's why I had to smuggle it in. And this was a hospital in Northern California, and cannabis was legal at the time. And they're like, well, we're not going to kick you out of the hospital, but we cannot pretend we know about this. Like, it has to be totally hush hush because it is not an FDA approved drug. So that is a huge barrier to the traditional medical system accepting cannabis. And then the only other thing I will say is that healthcare is a business. So when we talk about those opiates getting prescribed and prescribed and prescribed, it's because it's the bottom line. It's not about patient health or safety. It's about money making. And unless and until we have a healthcare system in the US that's more about patients and less about profit, we're going to continue to see dangerous drugs pushed on people when they shouldn't be taking them because it's making companies money. And that's a very unfortunate thing. And I also think that we're seeing something a bit similar happening in the cannabis industry, where we're seeing products really get pushed to market without any thought about whether or not they're best for people to be consuming and the way people should be consuming. And just like the alcohol industry tells you to drink responsibly, but they don't tell you to drink less. The cannabis industry tells you, well, we're going to test this product so it's safe, but they don't say, but maybe don't use it 20 times a day.
Yeah.
Maybe this is better for you to use that's less potent a little bit. So I think that we have run a risk of being like the healthcare industry, where money becomes like the end all be all of measures of success, rather than people having beneficial relationships with the plant to where they can use it for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. When I was teaching at Berkeley, I used to tell my students who were like 20, 21 years old, I was like, be careful in your intro to cannabis, because if you want cannabis to be beneficial to you when you're 60 or 70 and you like really need it because you can't sleep and you have anxiety and everything hurts, you don't want that relationship to not be there for you because you overdid it when you were 21, 22 and had bad experiences. And now it's hard for you to use cannabis. I think that we should take a lesson from the healthcare industry of what not to do. And just, I like the fact that you can't find high CBD flower.
I want to
You should be able
mention
to find that.
I want to mention that there is FDA approved cannabis products.
Marinol and Epidiolex.
And also Sativex.
Not in the US.
Not in the US, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize it was not in the US.
No, because
Before
THC
we
is still
go-
a Schedule 1 drug, so it can't be
For
approved in
now,
the US until
rescheduling
cannabis
will
is
flip
no
that one.
longer. Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
before we
if
get
cannabis
too
were
far away from
rescheduled, Sativex would be
THC can
approved
be-
like that
THC is prescribed in America as Marinol.
as Marinol,
but
which is
It has to
synthetic.
be synthetically made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
I
that-
wanted
that-
to
It's not
touch on
THC.
Amanda's some of the things that Marcus and Amanda were talking about 15 minutes or 10 minutes ago. I wanted to touch in because it really hits the East Coast kind of markets in a different way. you know, I ran delivery services, and sorry, Joe, if you're listening, you're my lawyer. Thank you. Love you. But this needs to be said. You know, cannabis was very expensive on the East Coast in 98, 99, 2000. I was a part of the art scene in the Lower East Side. Some of my great friends, Dash Snow, he passed away from heroin overdoses. There's, you know, I used to play music with John Zorn and Bill Laswell, and that whole scene is littered with people that are brilliant. Like, I mean, the most brilliant players you'll ever meet in music and art, but they're all like us, where they're trying to find therapeutics to get through their days and through who they are and what they deal with on a daily basis through their lives. And cannabis just wasn't accessible. You know, I was very fortunate to be a grower and a processor back then, and I had it at my fingertips at all times, and it honestly saved my life. I mean, it really did. I mean, I ran my delivery service in New York City with my best friends, and we touched every borough except Staten Island. And it was very difficult to see some of these buyers and some of these consumers, because it's hard. It's like, you know, you got 2.5 grams and sometimes 2 grams or 1.5, depending on the batch. And that was $60. That was it. You know, and back then that was $120 essentially to today's standards. So it's very expensive, and we can't unsee this. And cannabis has come a long way. There weren't these crazy users in the city like there claims to be today. Most of these people were buyers, and they consumed it, and they went off and had their professional jobs and came back to it at the end of the day. They didn't do it all day long. So that's the other thing I just want to touch on. You know, I lost a lot of friends in New York over substance, and a lot of people that I wish were here today that I could call up and say, hey man, we have a license now. How awesome is this in the state of New York where we all came up? You know, but the fact of the matter is that there's other aspects of this that's not just about the things that we touched on. It's also a very human level thing where people just don't have the access. So today in 2024, everybody has access. We all forget how difficult it was. And it's easy to forget. So I just want to kind of, you know, share that insight to those that are out there, that we didn't, you know, in Connecticut was what, 4 hours away from New York City, where it all started. So you have to understand the influx of heroin and those pills was the East Coast was first. New England was the hotbed, you know, and then it went down into the South, so, and spread across the world. So, you know, as a young guy at that time, I was very aware. I mean, I remember renting my apartment to the directors that worked with Philip Seymour Hoffman. He sat in my living room for a week, and I came up there and smoked a joint with him. 2 weeks later, the guy was dead.
Yeah.
From a heroin overdose. You know, so most honestly, he was like, this place is pretty cool. You know, didn't even know who the guy was. And he was like, oh, my name's Philip. Nice to meet you, dude. Like, you know, it's just, talent is taken from us over trying to self-medicate. And we need to be aware of that amongst our communities and be able to talk about it, because it's something we need to support one another in, because I know others in our community are still struggling. I'm fortunate enough to, you know, have cannabis as my guiding light. So
There are two other medicines. One is Syndrose, which is a liquid dronabinol, and the other one is Sesamet, also known as Nabilone. So those are the other available THC medications.
Those aren't
Abalone is not THC.
cannabinoids, right? Those aren't plant. Those are synthetic.
No,
molecules.
these are what's available in the pharmacies legally.
And they're
Right.
Dude, they should make the Hippocratic Oath to leave no money on the table, because if it was truly to do no harm, they would have to. They're smart. They're doctors. Come on,
That's
these
the
are not.
doctor's
These are
oath.
not.
That's
But
the
listen,
doctor's oath, not the industry oath.
I get it, but whoever's running it, the whole 9 yards, like what you do is the same way someone mentioned that, oh, the nurses call it like a special. It's just like create something that exists outside of that rigid system. It's the anomaly. There's an anomaly in everything. Like it has to exist. It does exist. Look, this little girl stopped having seizures. Are you going to tell me that she has to get Marinol, or like she can't just use this plant medicine that her parents can grow in their backyard?
remember
Well, and when you do
It
see
takes-
adoption and acceptance among doctors, it's usually the specialists. So it is the oncologists. It is the doctors that treat seizures. Like they're the early adopters to this. It's really the primary care doctors, the internists, the people that are just seeing like 15-minute appointments, hundreds of patients a day, checking boxes, sending out for referrals. And then I also think that there's a regional difference, right? I mean, if you're seeing a doctor in California versus seeing a doctor in Nebraska, your doctor in California is going to be much more likely to at least talk about it with you because it is legal. And even if they're like, I can't recommend it, but like they'll talk about it with you versus a doctor in Nebraska that's going to be like, I don't want to talk about it. That isn't an approved medicine. So it's slowly happening, but I think it is happening. And I just wanted to mention one thing that Colin said, and thank you for sharing that experience. I believe in harm reduction, right? I'm a pure harm reductionist. So even though I think for most people, using highly potent cannabis products multiple times a day probably isn't the healthiest practice. If you're using it instead of heroin, use it as much as you need to, right?
Yeah.
Like we're talking about different levels of need. And for people who are like, I'm either going to be, completely intoxicated on cannabis all day, or I'm going to be using heroin, absolutely cannabis is the better choice because you're not going to die. Now, should the goal be to eventually have a more balanced relationship with all intoxicating substances? Absolutely. Balance is important. Most 80% of people that use drugs use them in a balanced way. But we want people to be alive. Like that's number one, right? Be alive. And if it takes cannabis use from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed in order to keep you alive and keep you from using a substance that could possibly kill you, I'm 100% in favor of that. And so, I think that there were a lot of people that would still be alive if they were able to use cannabis all day long and didn't have to go and get heroin or fentanyl or some other substance to medicate themselves, right? To make themselves feel better. Cannabis is an amazing withdrawal medication, right? So a lot of times the reason people relapse off of other substances is withdrawal, which can be extremely excruciating. We tend to not want to medicate through withdrawal because we're like, oh, they got to feel it in order to not use again, but that's bullshit. So, cannabis can help with nausea. It can help with muscle cramps. It can help with anxiety. It can help with sleep. It can help with spasms, all of these things associated with withdrawal. So I do think we should actively be using cannabis as a withdrawal medication in substance abuse treatment programs, and not just tell people they got to sweat it out. It's like their punishment because they became addicted to drugs. So I just wanted
Well,
to.
they give them Seroquel going through withdrawal.
Right.
So
Or they give them some medication that could be dangerous or that isn't really helping or that they could also become addicted to, right? Methadone. Methadone is a high rate of addiction. It just doesn't get you high. So we're like, oh, it's okay then. But it can get you high if you use it
yeah,
in certain
it can.
ways.
And
Listen, I mean, there's a whole bunch of issues that go along with this. People, and I think this is why we need all these eyes looking on it, like researchers and doctors and skeptics. Like, there's cannabinoid receptors on immune cells, right? That's not to make you high, right? Like, that's not the purpose of those cannabinoid receptors, and those cannabinoid receptors have a purpose, right? And so people have to understand, like, when you're tingling that one receptor set that makes you high and makes you feel good, the drug is also doing all these other things in your body that we don't really fully understand yet, right? And so to think that that use is not going to have some kind of downstream consequences, just putting your head in the sand, right? Like, we have to be realistic about the molecules that we're consuming, right? And yeah, they do some things that are good, and they also do some things that are bad. So this like toxic ideology of you have to take as much and smoke all day every day or you're not like a real cannabis person is really just kind of dumb. um and I'm glad that you brought this up, Amanda, because these are important things. These are important conversations to have, right? Like, it's okay to talk about this stuff in the community, right? There is such a thing as responsible use, and responsible use meaning is understanding what the plant and all of its molecules can do to or for you, right?
100%. I mean, our ECS is there for balance. That's its whole job, right? Is to maintain balance and homeostasis in the body. And so sometimes it's out of balance, and then we get inflammation and we get cancer and we get some of these other conditions. And introducing cannabinoids from the plant helps balance that system, but we don't want it to throw it back in the other direction and throw it out of balance, right? So I think we're just starting to learn about what, like you said, what all the different molecules are doing and the mechanisms of action. And we still don't know how aspirin works. I mean, it's not like we have all these medical answers for even like the most simple types of treatments. But we
know
just
how aspirin works. We know how aspirin works. Don't say that.
No, I think she meant Tylenol. Because Tylenol has
No.
multiple metabolites, and one of them might be a cannabinoid receptor.
Yeah,
Incidentally.
AM404 is the metabolite. But if you're just talking about aspirin, salicylic acid, we definitely know how aspirin works in the body.
and we know
Yeah.
why.
What? Why? What?
I've just
I'm
I've
not-
heard multiple doctors in our journal articles make that claim. So if that's not
No, that's not correct. We've known aspirin is a COX-2 inhibitor. There's a variety of targets that aspirin hits in the body that elicits analgesic effects, and that's been widely studied. And yeah, there's a huge body of literature on that, Amanda. They're not telling you the truth there.
Acetaminophen, though, on the other hand, is a bit of a mystery still.
Well, no. So acetaminophen, you're right, Ryan, gets metabolized
that's what I'm
in
thinking of.
the body to a cannabinoid called AM404. It's AM because it was Macrianus who was the first guy to identify that. But yeah, so it conjugates to a compound called arachidonic acid, and arachidonic acid is the fatty acid portion of the endocannabinoids like anandamide and 2-AG. So yeah, these things are all kind of related to one another. And the feeling good aspect, Amanda, is directly tied into, and this also has a lot to do with addiction and chemical dependence, but it's directly tied into the dopaminergic reward system that's in the brain, right? So when you feel good, like when your, preschooler comes home with a 5-star report that day and you feel good about that, or you feel good because you see your kid do well in a swimming meet. I mean, there's all kinds of experiences that the body has to sort of give you that feeling of reward. I think the endocannabinoid system is tied into that, as is 5-HT. 5-HT, we all know, is the target for things like psilocybin and psychedelics. That's basically where serotonin acts in the brain. But I think, and the one thing too, Amanda, I'll say, and we have to, say that, things are a lot better today, because even if you just look at the NIH's budget, which has gone from 30 billion to now I think close to 47 billion. And if you look at what they're spending on cannabis, it's a little over $1 billion right now. And most of that is still under NIDA, looking at harm and reduction of harmful use. There's an ever increasing amount of those of us, including myself, who are getting NIH funding to look at cannabis-based therapeutics. And I think that that's really what's going to win over that group of doctors who, are trained to be drones of the pharmaceutical industry, right? And now you watch the evening news, and if you can watch the evening news, it's brought to you by all these drugs that you can't pronounce their name. They come up with these fictitious names and show families frolicking down by the seashore as though that drug provides that type of experience. And so being marketed to, and I don't think this happens in Canada, right, Marcus? I think we talked about that, but this happens in the United States, where basically the evening news, various sports programs like the NFL that we're watching here every Sunday, brought to you by this huge mega industry. Remember, 8 out of 10 lobbyists in Washington, D.C. work indirectly for the pharmaceutical companies and or the healthcare dictatorship that we live in, right? Where basically these insurance companies suck all of this money out of the system by paying their CEOs and their boards, million, if not $1 billion salaries. So you said it before, Amanda, we are in a for-profit healthcare thing where, again, certain drugs aren't even explored because they don't bring enough profit to pay, these pharmaceutical companies, which, again, if you look at the drug prices that American citizens pay compared to other countries, you'd say, well, there's definitely not a level playing field. But I'll just go back to something that I think I've always said here on Hash Church, is that cannabis is not a drug, right? It's a medicated herb, and it needs to be regulated as such. And whenever a medicated herb can provide relief to a medical condition or some type of suffering or some type of medical situation, it should not only be lawful, it should be encouraged before prescribing pharmaceuticals with their long list of side effects. And it becomes, again, a cash grab for these pharmaceutical companies because their mantra is not to cure disease. Their mantra is to hook on to the insurance teat and suck as much money as they possibly can, keep that patient alive as long as they possibly can. Because as long as that patient is alive, guess what? The money is flowing. And so, yeah, it's a capitalistic world we live in. And unfortunately, cannabis, if you could grow your own medicine in your own garden, guess what? Some of that money is no longer in the system, right? So if you could treat yourself with basically an herb that you can grow yourself, just like vegetables, which you can grow yourself, just like other medicated herbs, which you can grow yourself. If you can treat yourself with a medicated herb, you don't need all those pharmaceuticals. And it's so funny because when I go in and I talk to my doctor, my personal care physician, he wonders, he's like, Mark, how do you do it? You look so great. It's like, you're 61 years old. I'm going to be 62. I look, what, maybe 40? Is that right, Colin? Do I look 40 years old? Blame it on the psychedelics and the weed. But, I think at the end of the day,
You're looking young, my man. That's all we
yeah,
know.
I mean,
The
you're
chamber's working
nurturing,
out, the cannabis hyperbolic chamber.
yeah, you're nurturing the endocannabinoid system, which is the body's own pharmaceutical company, right? And it's basically the system in your body that regulates all other systems, your bones, your muscles, your circulatory system, everything that's going on in your brain. Maybe not everything that's going on in the brain, but the endocannabinoid system, we know, is a very, very important system. And like Ryan said, so we're doing actually some very interesting work, Ryan. You'll love this work that we're doing now. We're looking at a series of cells called Jurkat cells, which do express CB1. And they're not expressing CB1 because it's a receptor that gets the Jurkat cells high. There's regulatory function that happens within the immune response. And that's why we think that there's so much potential for autoimmune disorders, for things like HIV, for things like controlling cytokine storm, which is the collateral damage that's caused by COVID and other respiratory illnesses. There's so much medical potential. And if you could look where NIH is putting their money, okay? So if you go to a website called nih.gov reporter, right? The NIH reporter, and put the word cannabis in there. If you did that 10 years ago, you'd probably find maybe about 2 or 3 pages of cannabinoid and cannabis research, mostly funded by NIDA. But now what you see, so go to nih.gov and do reporter and put cannabis or cannabinoids in there. You'll find that the NIH is spending billions of dollars right now in labs all over the world looking at, the therapeutic and medical benefits of cannabis. So
I just had to say something about the poor people that are the I forget what it's called now. I'm sorry. The the people who are overusing cannabis and they're indiscriminately using it. What people do. And we deserve it.
Okay.
Thanks for that, Sam. I appreciate that. Nice little break too, and lets me introduce Jody, who just popped into the room. We got the privilege of being joined by really one of the highly influential voices in the global cannabis movement, Jody Geese Ramsey. Jody's not only iconic advocate for cannabis reform, but she's also a dedicated activist for civil liberties and human rights. From her early days fighting alongside her ex-husband, Mark Emery, during Canada's pretty harsh prohibition era to become an international figurehead for cannabis legalization, Jody has continually challenged unjust policies and raised awareness about the war on drugs and looked, damn good doing it while she was doing it. Her work has played a crucial role in changing the landscape of cannabis, not only in Canada, but around the world. And we're stoked to have you here, Jody. So welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a while. I can't remember. It might have been pre-pandemic when I was on last. Those years have flown by so fast. What a different world we live in now. But yeah, it's an honor to be asked to come and check in. I think one of the last news stories about me was Jody Emery, where is she now? And it was like, okay, that means I've done my part. I did a lot of stuff. I disappeared for a bit. I mean, quite honestly, legalization unfolded in a corruptish sort of way. There are a lot of flaws and problems. And, when at the time I was so deeply involved with the whole legalization movement from a civil liberties and human rights side. So like when it came to selling weed or any of that sort of stuff, like let that all be figured out later. But like for me, it was seeing the government destroy lives through the regulation. And the most obvious example is the medical cannabis dispensaries and the elimination and ignoring of medical cannabis in Canada. These companies that were given the license to grow first, way back in the earlier years, they were initially given the right to grow medical cannabis. And as we saw the Liberal government introduce legalization, they started saying, well, listen, the only legal cannabis is going to be these guys. And they're listed on the stock market. So you should go give your money to them. And a lot of those companies were started and operated by former cops and politicians, some of whom actually worked against legalization. So to see that happen, to see our movement, which was a global movement, still is, all we were saying was legalize it. And in my mind and many others, what we were asking for was stop criminalizing what already exists. Prohibition has failed. Your tough laws and harsh punishments haven't really worked. Cannabis is still here. People are still doing it. So number one, just stop criminalizing the peaceful, non-violent people involved. Number two, stop wasting law enforcement money. There shouldn't be hundreds of millions of dollars directed towards any sort of marijuana propaganda or outreach or crackdowns. Like that was insane. The whole point was to redirect all those resources away from cannabis towards violent crime, missing and murdered Indigenous women, all the other issues that plague society. And yet the budgets didn't go down. They actually increased because the messaging was focused on cannabis is a threat to public health and safety. We're going to have chaos on the roads. All the kids will go crazy. We need to crack down. And it was a very strange way to legalize it. And to have the government say, listen, we're not actually going to legalize the it that already exists. We're going to legalize a whole new industry. I mean, I could talk for hours. We already know that, as you're commenting, big pharma, big alcohol, a lot of other organizations who have a lot of power do not really like how cannabis is going to cut into their profits. We already saw it leading up to legalization. Before we even had legalization anywhere, the data showed if you have access to medical cannabis, you're less likely to use opioids and alcohol and other things. So it ate at me quite a bit. I will say I went from friendly, hopeful, happy Jody that everybody knew of to all caps on Twitter Jody, which was like a period of my life that I look at now and I go, okay, I get your passion. I get that you're so upset, Jody, but you don't really get anywhere when you're just bitching and complaining all the time, right? You really do need to acknowledge the progress where it does happen and just be relentless in calling for more freedom and fairness. So I did kind of take a hiatus for about 5 years. I got arrested. I got convicted in December 2017. To took a few years, got separated and divorced, met a new man, have a new family life. I actually spent a lot more time with my own family too, because, when you're an activist and you're so die-hard about an issue, it's really easy to get sucked into it fully. And if you're like myself, where I was literally married to the movement in my eyes, it was an existential crisis. Like, if it's legalized now, where do we go from here? The vast majority of the public says, what are you complaining about? It's legal, mission accomplished, like, celebrate. But for many of us who saw how medical cannabis helped people walk, got rid of cancerous tumors, incredible, miraculous things we saw that we thought would be celebrated and highlighted, was still being ignored and demonized and pushed to the side. So many people said, Jody, stop complaining. It's legal. We'll see how it works out. Give it a chance. And
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that, because you are one of the main complainers that, like, it's all of us complaining so loud and fighting. They didn't give us anything.
Right.
We took it. So
Yeah.
don't ever get that shit mixed up.
Right?
They did not give us anything. We took what we have. And for the people that are happy what they have now, well, they weren't the ones trying to, like, get it from them in the first place. So of course they're happy. In the meantime, and I say this all the time, and I usually point to the indigenous folks, but I will point to you as well. I'm surprised I didn't see that more clearly. 99% of us, Jody, 99% of the activists that once were, are locked up in protecting licenses now. Right? So this is how they got us. Here, get your license. And then they hold that license over your head. Hey, now if you step out of line with this very valuable license and this ability to, yeah, it's worse than that. It's like you're gone kind of thing. And so, and when I first went to stores in Canada to promote my own products, I remember driving through the Okanagan and I saw all these signs, cannabis, cannabis, cannabis. And I was like, whoa, they're allowed to advertise? And the girl that I was with was like, no, those are the indigenous stores. And yeah, they're also allowed to sell more than an ounce, and they're allowed to basically have higher milligrams in edibles. Basically all the things that we complain about, they're allowed to do on their sovereign land. And so when I got to the store I was going to, I brought it up. And of course, the guy who owned the store was furious. And he was just like, oh my God, like, and they're doing this and they're doing that. And I was just kind of like, just being myself, I was like, listen, like, this is a good thing. First of all, they need a win. Let's just support them in anything that we can do in a positive way. Let them sell cannabis, and also realize that while they flaunt and break the rules that you have to adhere to, they will force the government's hand eventually to change your rules to their rules, unless the government convinced them to bend the knee. And some indigenous groups have and gone into the governmental LP rules. I tell every one of them that I meet, you're like the last activists. And in a sense, you're the last activist. You're not trying to protect a license. We still need civil disobedience because we don't have everything that we need. Just because they gave us a little doesn't mean we don't deserve a lot. And 10 milligram gummies, that's great for Amanda and myself at night, but there's a lot of people that is not working for at all, and they can't be spending $900 a month on product like this. And I will speak to another thing that you said, Jody, which was very accurate. The companies in Canada all started under the guise. I mean, listen, before the company started, even a lot of us got licenses to protect ourselves from being busted. I feel good about that because I never sold a drop of it, but I don't think I knew another person who didn't have an MMPR, an MMAR license that wasn't selling their product. Maybe John. Okay, John wasn't giving it away, but lots of people were using the medical patients, and I can just see John like ready to jump on this subject. They were using it as a shield to protect themselves. And part of me is like, yes, of course you need to protect yourselves, but could we use anything other than the most vulnerable group of people on the planet as our shields? Because this is not cool. This is not a good way for this to go about. And these companies, my mom was loving life. Whistler Medical had 17 different tinctures. She was buying a different one. She had 3 different ones. She tried 8. She found 3 that she loved. It sold, and overnight it was recreational. It was no more medical. And it was just like, now they have 2 tinctures left and they're not available. And like, it's one thing to create a product for a recreational customer and then pull that product out from under them. Man, that is a whole other thing with a medical patient. Like, that is something you have a massive responsibility. If you want to be in the medical platform, and this isn't just the, what is it? The new Hippocratic Oath, leave no money on the table. This is actually to do no harm. That's the key, to do no harm. And so I appreciate what you've done all these years, Jody, and I see you coming back stronger than ever and realizing your place. We still need civil disobedience and we still need activism because we aren't there yet. Just because they create this little illusion of this thing, and don't get me wrong, I also appreciate what you said. We have to recognize our wins after finally, after decades, getting a few. I mean, I remember Jody, after Mark got arrested and taken by the DEA to serve in the penitentiaries down in the US, I remember Jody going down there and like being exposed to all of these families that were being torn apart and ripped apart by, I mean, I remember those stories, Jody. It really pained me to know that you were going through that. And then, of course, you don't make it about yourself. You come back with all of the other stories of the people and the families and the kids and so, props to you for doing what you were doing. I think you should get back to complaining a little bit. Maybe not all caps, but like half caps.
Yeah. Well, I do have stuff in the works on that front. I mean, I could share a little sneak peek of we do have a lot of people working on many different issues, from medical to taxation to retail, advertising restrictions, employment, name an issue. There's somebody working on it. And I think right now in Canada and all across the world, it's hard to get people tapped into where the activism or advocacy is happening. There are court cases, there are initiatives in parliament or petitions. So we're launching something I've been fiddling on for a few years here called Fair Cannabis. And that is all caps, FAIR. I believe faircannabis.ca is up and running, and it's not fully public yet because we're still adding to it. The idea is to create a resource hub where people who are concerned about any issue with cannabis, whether you're a big corporate and you want more advertising, or whether you're a medical patient who can't get the proper dosage, whether you want lounges, whatever it may be, we're going to have landing pages with resources so people can find out who are the groups working on these issues, who are the lawyers representing plaintiffs on cases that we could join, who are the politicians that are presenting bills in Parliament to address some of these issues. And that way people can go to a one-stop shop, find the groups and the advocates and the issues, and share that information around. We're hoping to finance this advocacy through the sale of cannabis products. More on that coming soon. I just zip my lips, but I will say one of the best models I've seen in America was the Last Prisoner Project. They're doing fantastic work. The model of taking these decent, good-hearted cannabis advocates and businesses and allowing them to support causes that need attention. I think we can do that here in Canada. We've seen something similar with Toba Grown. They fought in the Manitoba courts for the right for citizens in that province to grow their own plants, and they sold cannabis from farms in Toba Grown bags and used the money to finance these cases. $50,000 here, $10,000 there, donate to a food bank, donate to a women's group. They are actually able to do good with the cannabis that they're selling. And so I think that's a model that we could work towards. But I'm going to just wind back a little bit to the medical thing you mentioned again. I have an old post where I held up two buds and they look identical. And I said, one of these is legal and one of these is not legal. Can you tell the difference? What is the difference, actually? And talking about the medical benefits for even recreational users. Recreational use, for myself, I'm not sick yet. I don't think anyone has to wait to get MS or cancer or something to use cannabis. I think it's our right to prevent illness, to help avoid becoming sick in the first place. And I strongly believe cannabis is doing that. I can tell you these drops that are not regulated have helped my mother and others with cancer. The test results come back and they're doing better because they're using cannabis as medicine. And right now our government is taxing all of this cannabis as a sin tax product, the excise stamp. That's one of the biggest issues we face right now, is that not only is the product that's being sold with a tax on it medicine, they're ignoring that. But all of these farmers that are growing are being, I say they're getting bud fucked by the government. You know, they're being robbed of whatever money they have and the time they have to subsidize a government tax system where they're acting as if it's a danger to society. If anything, cannabis should be subsidized because it reduces the use of harmful substances and allows people to live healthier lives. But I'll just take getting rid of the excise tax on that. So we have to address a lot of these issues and be good advocates for it. And when you pointed out the indigenous groups are like some of the last ones standing, what's beautiful about that is they can demonstrate that cannabis can be grown, sold, and provided in a responsible, self-regulated way where the consumers are happy and it contributes to the economy. And that's wonderful that it exists as a model. But as you noted, it's tough when people are given licenses and then suddenly they become the spokespeople for the government. Some of the very first legal stores started calling for enforcement against others. And it shouldn't be about enforcing and cracking down on others. It should be about creating a model that's so inclusive and so accessible that everybody has a chance to participate. And then you have real free market principles come into play where the best of the best will rise to the top through just people spending their dollars and shouting them out. And the ones who don't do so well or who cut corners or who put out bad product, they'll fail because people will have alternative choices. But as the government moved to restrict and limit access, that restricts and limits the choices for people. So yes, I've been watching for 5 years, and if you rewound, or 6 years now, I guess, but if you go back then, I felt I had a lot of knowledge and a lot of good stuff to say. But right now I'm on a learning mission. Like I have been spending the last 2 years going so deep into legalization. I only first bought legal weed about 2 years ago because I had such a chip on my shoulder about it, to be honest. But then I discovered by going to book club and meeting up with some of the friends and old familiar faces like Johnny B right there, I'm like, they're not gone. Like our community wasn't destroyed. They're just laying low and doing what they do. And we get the benefit of all sorts of brand newcomers who are opening up stores and becoming farmers. People I've met like Tara, Violet Wild, and so many others who are coming into this industry with the energy and the passion and the excitement that we all had 10, 20 years ago. We're old now. I got grays. I really do. And I'm tired. So you need these youngsters to come in with that energy. But for us to be here to educate with what we already know, but to also admit what we don't know. And that's part of what I'm going to be doing this next year or two. And I'll probably come up to Whistler because I'm going to go make content and get an education about how do you even grow weed? Because I'm not a weed person, I'm a civil rights person, but how do you create great hash? How do you deal with all of these regulations? And then to take the knowledge that I get from these experts and to use our platform as a megaphone to bring awareness to it. When I talk to a lot of these craft farms, they're drowning in paperwork and bureaucracy and all this. I call it death by 1,000 red tape paper cuts. It's just they're constantly being bled to death with the government coming at them on all sides, and they're trying to reach out to members of parliament. They're trying to invite city councilors to come by. They'd love to go to City Hall and present a motion for allowing vapor lounges and consumption lounges. But they can't. They've got plants that need attention. They've got thrips showing up. They've got, there's a lot they need to do. And I did spend the last couple of years just creating a personal life, which is really good and healthy to have hobbies and activities and family that don't relate to work. But in my heart, like I care about this issue. I care about everyone involved. And I feel like cannabis culture as a media platform that doesn't have a license, we can speak the truth. We'll speak the truth on behalf of everyone else that the government would rather slap down if they dare say what's true. So when you mentioned that I'm planning on making a bit of a comeback, yeah, but I'm hoping to make a comeback just being an avenue for others to get their message heard and to make sure that we can bring the consumer on board with these groups and advocates, because so many of them walk into a legal store and they buy their products and they find out what's the freshest direct delivery drop from a small local farm. Like there is that, but it'd be nice to have a way to let them actually get activated so many people care about these issues, but what do they do? You can't march in the streets saying legalize it. You can't write a letter to the newspaper. What newspaper? It's very different from the old days where now we need to make sure that the message gets heard by the politicians, but it's hard for everyone to do as much as they can. But I'm here to try and bring it down to a nice, calm, rational level where we can, as we always did before, you choose your audience that you're speaking to, you find out what matters to them and how to deliver to them the message that they want to hear. And we were successful. We achieved a lot, and I'm convinced we could do more together. So I'm here to learn. I'm definitely here to learn a lot because things are very different than they used to be.
I bet the powers that be miss us marching in the streets, Jody, because the last one I saw on my Twitter feed from like a week ago was some lady standing like where we used to do our cannabis, protests, and she was yelling "Death to Canada" and burning a Canadian flag.
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
We were so chill.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh my God.
The whole world needs to smoke some pot right now, quite frankly.
Holy Christ. I'm telling you. Well, it's nice to have you here with us anyway, and it's nice to have Johnny B. You've been biting your lip, Johnny B. What do you have to say about all this?
Oh, I just went down memory lane because as you're sitting there talking about everything and just starting right back from a lot of these assessments and stuff like that, and it's everything we talked about, everything about. I was going to mention like Synergies 3. Oh, I'm going to change my background now, and this is all on opiates. Oh, background effects. Sorry.
Great photo though.
I know I hit everything at the same time. And this is a lot of stuff that we talked back in the days. This is all education on the opioid system and cannabis and how it works with inside the central nervous system and stuff like that. And really talking about everything you're talking about in the beginning stages of cannabis as a medicine and why we're truly here. And really that was what led the fight was the patients and the people around us. And we just, 6 years in of legalization and I sat around and that's why it's all around me. I just looked at it, how far we've come. Like, look where we were in the very beginning from going back a couple of decades ago where there was no access at all to the British Columbia Compassion Club Society. That started a lot of this, that, Mark that you supplied and, and then as we grow forward and the education that's came forward and just taking a look.
Dude, how about the education you personally gave doctors? I have never seen it. Like, I thought you were a borderline crazy person because when you got hurt in your accident, you were like one of those suing, who was it? The insurance company, workers' compensation. Right. So Johnny was one of these guys, whereas was it your house that you did or was it it was your house, right?
House.
He did his whole house up. Like, you ever drive by one of those people where you just see like crazy signs all over this person's house? Fuck WWC. Like, they did this to me. They did that to me. When you fell off the 30-foot scissor lift and broke like every bone in your body and ended up super addicted to opioids and blew up like a balloon and then got off all of the opioids and got in shape and got skinny. That's when you took me to a doctor in like 2012, and this guy would show up with binders of whatever it was that he needed to educate the doctor on. And he was doing that with so many doctors. He was helping people get medical licenses just kind of out of the kindness of his heart because it had been so effective for him. To me, Johnny, that has always been your power, your personal experience and how you dealt with it. With the video of you on the news when you're on all those opioids, and I'm sure you can tell the audience how much Oxycontin you were taking, but it was like enough to probably kill me. He looked like a zombie.
I took 280 milligrams a day of Oxycontin, 33 pills a day. My prescription drugs were $1,488 a month. That's in 2007. So think of that. Like, that's all they did. We called it a pain special. They still do it today. I still talk to people today and I get them and I'm constantly advocating and talking about this. And even I can't believe it's been like a decade and I'm hearing this still. I'm like, wow, I've been screaming this for like 15, 20 years. And I feel like Jody said, like you're saying, like we're needed. And that's why we're educating ourselves and learning these tools and how we can probably actually help others see that there is out there natural medicines. And that's why we're here. And the opiate and all of those drugs, it's a money wheel. Exactly. We even talked about it. They just put you on this money wheel. They just insert you and they start giving you pills and then they put you on disability. And then they say, oh, you can't do this. And then they call you a junkie. And Woo, and that's where it came down to understanding cannabis as a medicine, amino acids, natural supplements, natural health, breath work, daily discipline, push-ups. Everybody's seen me grow, right? And it comes down to that daily commitment.
Dude, grow. We've seen you shrink. You lost 90 pounds, John. You're half the man you used to be. What are you talking about?
You know, I mean, that was all of, and we look at that because there's all the processed foods and all the harm we've been given, right? I just changed my diet. It's 70% more foods that have come from natural sources. Daily morning walks when I get out of bed. That's the first thing I do when I get out of bed. Doctors told me not to do anything, told me not to do push-ups and to sit back and wait. Well, I didn't. And I'm still seeing surgeons, and people don't know. Like I got T-boned at 80K a couple years ago, and that really affected me. And that changed me. That I had to look after myself and not be put on pharma again. So the biggest thing for me was cannabis, was the amino acids, was getting back on tyrosine to balance my dopamine levels, DL-phenylalanine, why amino acids work, tryptophan, right? Dopamine, balancing serotonin levels, taking SAMe. As we talk about this, that's all around me because this is all I talk about and do. And it's the most important part is educating the doctors and everybody around here that cannabis is a medicine, and they turned it into recreational drug, and they put us in a store with 500 products and say we can't talk about it. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk about the medical aspects. John, you are 1000% committed. And I will say that because when you got T-boned at like 70 kilometers an hour or whatever it was and flipped upside down into the big culvert there, you went live on Instagram literally like 30 seconds later. I saw you upside down in your car live with your hair hanging down, talking about how you just gotten into this accident. And I was like, holy shit, John is like, he's committed to this on a level that I applaud for sure, Johnny B.
You
We
know what?
love
The
you.
best thing is life is happening for us, and remember that, right? And all of these things that happened to me drove me into another field because I had to use a super intelligence, ChatGPT, and understand it, how it can help not just myself but others by looking at the laws with ICBC. There's no lawyers to talk to, so I started looking at different ways of being able to use ChatGPT to start educating myself, and it put me into a different way of help others, as Jody knows, Mark, a lot of people here, being able to create different ways, being able to help the industry by finding different ways to work within governments, creating compliance system GTPs around what we can do. So, I mean, we're in a whole new level of education, understanding that together, community and collaboration is going to be the next key of the into 2025. And we have something to work towards here, guys, which is, I know Joy's got her hand up. She's like,
I know I'm a hand raiser because I'm thinking, wait, why haven't we asked Chat GPT or the AI, which I don't understand. So you're the master here, but there must be some sneaky way to say, how do we get all these prohibitionist profiteers to change their mind and join the light side? Like what
way
kind
of being
of
able to
argument
use
works?
that. It comes down to education, what we're doing here, collaboration, joining communities. It's the same thing we've been doing the whole time. We've been doing it through generations. We're not unique. We're running patterns. Recognize those patterns, reutilize new patterns, pattern recreation right now. So as we're talking about, we're telling you, we did this a decade ago and 2 decades ago, and our forefathers have done this. So let's recognize these same patterns and utilize them to the new generation that's being presented to us right now.
And is it fair to say that just a perspective shift can actually, well, for me and our movement, when they talked about cannabis drinks, for the longest time, I thought that's ridiculous. Nobody wants to drink cannabis. Like, why would that be? And we also said, look, big alcohol and big tobacco and big pharma are all moving into cannabis. Oh no, this is bad. This is evil. But then when I was visiting a store and I said to Jeff at Avenue, I was like, are these drinks actually selling? There's so many. What's the deal? And he said, absolutely. People want to stop drinking alcohol and they want an alternative. And that's who's using it. And I was like, didn't ever
Yeah,
even
it's true.
think of how that was. And I said, no, we should encourage big alcohol and big tobacco, big pharma to get into cannabis because it will actually, in some weird way, open up cannabis to so many people. I mean, the old ladies still come in and ask for sleeping products. They still talk about cannabis in a medical way, even though it's not allowed. So quite frankly, it's almost like, wait, if you let the big guys get into cannabis, that is somewhat of a net benefit. And yes, we may have lost medical dispensaries. We've lost many friends and allies and areas that need attention. But it's almost like that trolley problem philosophically. If the trolley is going to go and hit like 5 people if you do nothing, but you could flip a switch and hit 1 person and save 5 by taking an action, is it worth it? And that's a philosophical question for many reasons, but in a way I almost feel like maybe the losses that our community experienced, the closure of dispensaries, the fear and propaganda campaigns, etc., maybe that was the small price to pay for a greater, larger benefit, a benefit that we may not even benefit from, quite frankly, but a lot of other people will. So just flipping the way you look at something, it's like, okay, big alcohol, big tobacco, maybe it's good because they knew that cannabis was going to eat into their profits. So maybe eventually they'll be enlightened and made better and wholesome themselves for their attempt to corrupt cannabis. Maybe cannabis, the weed that grows through concrete, will actually change them. And this is the revolution of the mind and the spirit that our world needs. But you have to let big, bad corporations dip their toes into the waters of truth, as weird as that sounds.
Back to the beverage thing, my daughter works at a dispensary and she loves the beverages, absolutely loves them. And because of it, she drinks less alcohol, 100%. So I had a question for Dr. Amanda in regards to, because you worked with alcohol and, the harm reduction of potentially using cannabis to get people off alcohol or to drink less alcohol. I wonder how important it comes into play, the delivery system, that, when you're trying to get off alcohol, using a delivery system like a drink versus a gummy or a joint, if you could speak to that.
Oh, it's really important. I mean, the method of consumption is part of the social learning. It's part of the experience. And we drink our intoxicants. We drink alcohol, we drink caffeine. It's a very common way for us to experience intoxication is through drinking. And there is a social component to it, right? So if, you're hanging out with people and they're drinking alcohol, they're holding their beverage, they're sipping it. You could pop a gummy and you might feel relaxation from that, but what are you going to do with your hands? And one of the reasons we're seeing non-alcoholic cocktails or mocktails really take off is because people still want that experience. They still want the experience of holding something in their hand, of not just drinking water, right? Of drinking something that's unique and different and flavorful and is like alive for their senses, but doesn't have alcohol in it. So I do think if you're trying to substitute cannabis for alcohol, having it in the same format as the alcohol is really helpful because you're holding something in your hand, just like everyone else is holding something in their hand, which I think is important. Now, one of the big benefits that we've seen recently in technology that is helping this is the nano-emulsified products. Because one of the big barriers to adoption of edibles and beverages was that it took so long for you to feel it. So like you're trying to substitute something for alcohol, but your friends are 3 beers in before you start to feel the effect of your product, unless you like time it and take it like a few hours before you get to the event. So the nano-emulsified beverages where you're feeling the effect 10, 15 minutes after you use it is even getting us closer to an alcohol substitute, because now your friend is drinking a beer, you're drinking a cannabis beverage, the onset of effect is pretty similar. And I think that's also really helping. So an example I'll give is the state of Minnesota. So, we have this whole hemp derived product thing going on in the US right now. Everybody's selling hemp derived Delta 9 and, just Delta 8 and HHC and THC 10, just all these crazy molecules. But the state of Minnesota decided to regulate this product, whereas a lot of states like California and Washington have banned intoxicating hemp products. Minnesota decided to welcome it in. And as a result, you have this huge market in Minnesota of low dose hemp-derived D9 beverages that are tested and regulated and licensed that are being sold in grocery stores, in liquor stores, in restaurants. So you can go into a restaurant and order a low dose THC beverage, just like you can order alcohol. And that is what it's going to take, because the people that are buying these low dose beverages in the grocery store, they're not going to go to dispensaries because they don't look at themselves as part of the cannabis culture or cannabis community, but they're curious, right? They want to know, if I drink this instead of a beer, am I going to get the same effect? And oh, look, it doesn't have any calories and it doesn't have any sugar and I feel good the next day. But they're not going to go into a dispensary for that. But if it's at their grocery store right next to the beer, they're more likely going to try it. So I think the technology is there now. And if we can create a regulated where the products are safe and they're tested and we know the potency, and then deliver that in a venue that's a mainstream venue, like a restaurant, like a grocery store, like a Wine and More, that's where we're going to reach peak opportunity for people to really choose cannabis beverages as a substitute for alcohol. And I brought some low dose cannabis beverages, makes a 2 milligram. And I brought that to a block party in my old neighborhood in Mendocino. And it was the age demographic in my neighborhood was on the older side. So you had a lot of women in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. And they were so excited to try this low dose cannabis beverage, but they would not go to a dispensary. It was not their identity. It was not something they were going to seek out, but they were so excited to try it because alcohol definitely becomes more of a risky behavior as you get older for all kinds of reasons. Falls, things like that, lack of coordination, sleep disturbance, liver processing. And so, I think that that's the opportunity, right? But we have to bring it out of the dispensary because a lot of the folks that would most benefit from these low dose cannabis beverages, first of all, they don't want to go to a dispensary. Second of all, a lot of the beverages in the dispensary are speaking to the higher THC consumer. So you have more of these like 100 milligram shots. It's hard to find hi-fi hops, which is Lagunitas, Jody, to your point about who's getting involved in the cannabis space. Lagunitas has hi-fi hops. They have a 2 milligram THC, 2 milligram CBD hops water, no calories, no sugar, really nice flavor. PBR also has a cannabis beverage. I see John's got a cannabis beverage. So I think there's huge opportunity in this space, especially now that we see less interest in alcohol, but you still have to make it accessible and you have to make it so that the onset of effect mimics alcohol so that it's easier for people to do
How is
that.
that being done when you mentioned that? Something nano?
So nano emulsion technology, it basically breaks the THC down smaller.
Wait,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
can explain.
Okay.
I'm a chemist. I'm a chemist.
Make sure you mention both liposomal and meseal-based nanoemulsifications, Mark.
Myself, yeah. So okay, all right. Never pass up an educational moment, right, folks? So yeah, so cannabis is not, or the cannabinoids are not water soluble, right? You ever try cleaning your bong out with water? It doesn't work too well, right? So you have to get them in a soluble form. And you're right, like a lot of tinctures, especially CBD tinctures, are great in that, yeah, they don't really create the bioavailability that the nanoemulsion does. So think of nanoemulsion. I mean, the most convenient example is milk, right? So milk is what we call oil and water emulsion. And so we know that cannabinoids are soluble in oil. So if we solubilize them in an oil and water emulsion using things called emulsifiers, it basically, if you do this with a high-speed blender, some people use ultrasonic blenders. You could use a variety of different blenders. What you're doing is you're making the oil droplets so small and they're instantly emulsified into the continuous phase of the water. And so, Jody, I'm so glad you mentioned, companies like big alcohol and big tobacco. Beverages is such a big company play in cannabis. And I think part of that driver in Minnesota is they have a great alcohol, well, not great, but a very powerful alcohol lobby that says, you know what, we want to put these drinks in our store. And so they already have all these points of sale throughout their market, right? They don't have to build a new dispensary, and they don't have to do anything. All they needed to do is basically put a display case at the end that's got all their hemp drinks. But you're absolutely right, Amanda. The advent of, well, I'll say that making a cannabinoid based emulsion is not a big scientific challenge. Making one that tastes good is, and making one that holds its stability, because a couple years ago, the cannabis based beverages, especially, ones that were loaded with, like, more than 10 milligrams for like a 12-ounce drink. These are like the 100 milligram drinks. They all had stability issues. They were saying shake before you use it. Well, who shakes a can of soda before you open it? Nobody does. So what's happened is there's been companies, I won't mention them by names, but they've developed basically the nano emulsified cannabinoid delivery systems for drinks that are like 5 and 10 milligrams. You can't taste the emulsifiers at all because so little is used. And Jody, to speak to your point, one of the reasons why big companies are interested in this sector is because when you buy a can of beverage or you buy a can of anything, most of what you're selling is water. So the margins on these products are huge, but you also need a canning facility. And a lot of these things, yeah, if you know your local microbrewery that makes their own cans of beer, you'll know that you can have scaled down canning. But when you have to compete with large distribution and large supply chain needs, you're going to basically need a canning facility that sometimes have footprints that are like close to 50,000 square feet with basically millions of dollars of equipment. So that's why it is a big company play, right? Because they have the deep pockets to be able to put those canning lines in. Now introduce hemp derived THC. Thank you, Amanda, for bringing that up. Hemp derived THC is basically chemically converted THC that's derived from free, cheap, and easy to get CBD. Now CBD, from what I understand, is crashed below $200 a kilogram. I hear this is from China and I hear it's synthetic. Don't know if it's any good, but ultimately you're taking a legal, free, basically intermediate in, converting it into THC, putting it in your canning line, and within that building, within the footprint of that building, what you have going out the door is legal hemp because it's below the 0.3. So just to give our audience a calibration. So if you put 10 milligrams of THC in a 12-ounce drink, so like a 12-ounce beer can kind of drink, that is 0.028 weight percent. So it's an order of magnitude lower than what hemp is defined at 0.3%. So you could basically take that 10 milligram drink and go as high as 100 milligrams and still be below that 0.3 thing. I think that, again, with this nano emulsification, and Amanda, tell me if you have the same experience. When I drink even like the CBD nano emulsified drinks and seltzers and sodas and whatnot, I can feel it before the can's done. And I'm a big THC user. So for someone like me to be able to feel the CBD is really interesting. But I don't feel that like with like a high dose CBD tincture, but the bioavailability, right, Amanda? It's all about bioavailability. And in these nano emulsified drinks, like you said, you could be having one along with someone drinking their IPA and have the same rate of intoxication, if you will. What I find, even being a high THC user, is even like a 10 milligram drink, I could feel that. And again, I think it's that rapid onset of activity that you have with the nano emulsion. So you're absolutely right. The technology is now available to basically make nano emulsified delivery systems that actually taste good. And like, if you ever look at like Fresca, for example, Fresca is a perfect example. You'll see you can't see through Fresca, right? It's not like Sprite where you and 7 Up where you can see through it. So you know that the drink companies are already using emulsification systems to deliver their flavors into their products. So the large beverage sector is ideally suited to say, oh, okay, all we need to do is slip cannabinoid nanoemulsion in there. Next thing you know, you're going to have cannabinoid nanoemulsion in all of the beverages that we know and love. And I think it's just like you said, Amanda, that feeling of having to have something in your hand, right, in a social situation, but also the convenience of just having like a 6-pack to bring down to the boat or bring down to the beach, for your
I don't
family
think you're
outing.
allowed to buy 6 in Canada.
Yeah, but in fact, Marcus, you know that actually at concert venues they sell water in cans called Liquid Death, right? And it's just water, I believe. I don't think there's any
Oh,
flavor
Liquid
in it,
Death. Yes, that's
but it
water.
gets humans conditioned to, ooh, I could pop this thing and now drink water from a can. It's crazy. But I
Right.
guess that market's really there, and it's the
Well,
Marketing.
I will give a shout out to the Marley Brothers because when I went to their concert recently, and that was Ziggy, Damien, Julian, Kiamani, and Steven, and they had water filling tanks everywhere that you could just bring your water bottle or your cup and just like fill it up with water. And that was,
Wow, free water. What a concept.
I mean, and you know what they also did? They let kids in 10 and under for free
Oh.
yeah, it's just like, what? This is just a great, simple. You're right. So simple, like free water. But when you do it, you actually feel it. You're like, yeah, no, it is awesome. Because also, I don't buy water because I don't use single plastic bottles. I haven't in years. And so I just don't, I'll go without water before I like take a water bottle from someone. I just carry my own water with me. So.
Yeah, so Mark, you're absolutely right about the effect and the onset of effect, and it's much more similar to inhalation, right? And one of the reasons people like inhalation so much as a method of consumption is because it's so easy to titrate your dose, and you feel the effect immediately, and then it's going to wear off fairly quickly, and you know whether you need to take more. Edibles have always been a crapshoot for people, depending on your metabolism. Sometimes it hits you in 30 minutes, sometimes it hits you in 2 hours. People wait an hour and a half, they don't feel anything, they take more, then all of a sudden they're higher than they want to be. The transformation in the liver of THC can bring on a even stronger effect when it does hit you. And so the nano-emulsified doesn't it doesn't process through the liver. It's rapid absorption. So the effect of a nano-emulsified product is going to feel more like an inhaled product than it's going to feel like a traditional edible. So for some folks who are like the edible, right, super slow onset, then peak intoxication that lasts for like a long time, which is where people develop their anxiety because they've been high for 2 hours now and they don't know when they're going to come down and they start to get anxious about that. And then that kind of feeds on itself. With the nano-emulsified products, you're going to get a dose-response relationship more similar to
Yeah.
inhalation. So it's
I have to tell you, Amanda, I was super skeptical going into that, because I was like, oh, this is just all whiz bang BS, science nano this, nano that. But it is a real effect, and you can certainly feel it. And again, I don't know if it's universal amongst THC users, but you could, for the first time, feel the effect of CBD. And I do believe it is not psychoactive, but it's certainly active, maybe in a peripheral way. And what I feel when I've had to describe it to people is it's just the opposite of being high. It's kind of like the anti-high, right? It's like this feeling of well-being and everything's going to be okay, and just like an anxiety reduction thing that sometimes you don't feel when you're consuming THC. Now I know THC affects certain people different ways, and even to the point of where different strains will affect people different ways. But what I find just with my own experimentation is that I could feel CBD in a nano emulsified drink. I don't feel it like in a tincture where it's like 10 times the amount of CBD, but the nanoemulsified form definitely works for
I
that rapid onset of activity.
when
High
you're
doses of CBD for me work, but low doses I can't seem to connect with. I just don't feel the modulating effects of it, or it's like a LFO. It's like a slow pulse width for me. It's like I can feel it, but as I take more, I can really feel it. But I had a question for Dr. Mark with, you know, canned goods and cannabinoids and canned goods require a tremendous amount of infrastructure, right? It's in a regulated sense, they're not very profitable, but in an unregulated sense, so to speak, in which you're describing, Amanda, they're extremely profitable because it's power in numbers, right? So, with that said, and you're talking about converted CBD from China coming in, being converted again, what are the implications from a toxicology point of view? And, just I spent a lot of time with toxicology and cannabinoid research in terms of just all of the aspects of how any chemical constituent could be a problem. And I just felt like it really opened my eyes up to a world in which, I spent my life, we all of us spent our lives focusing on making great products. But from that particular lens, I had never quite thought about it in that way. So I think, is there, in your opinion, Dr. Mark, a danger, allowing these chemical constituents like a converted CBD to be then converted again and then turned into, what are
Well,
the isomers?
so
How is that happening?
in the diluted cannabis beverage, again, if I'll just go back to the 10 milligrams in 12 ounces, you're at 0.0028 weight percent. At that weight percent, you are right at the ragged edge of what we call the limit of detection, let alone the limit that they could quantify at. The limit that they could quantify at is going to be a little bit higher than that. But you see, the issue becomes that, so when you do these, and Colin, if you're going to BizCon this year, I'm giving a panel with
Yeah, I'll be
Chris
there.
Hidala, on the cannab, the CBD conversion stuff. And so you'll see some data that I present that even under the cleanest reaction conditions, you're still developing like about a 20 to 25% unknown fraction. And I don't know if it's different chirality because it depends on the enantiomeric purity of the CBD that you're using, but there's just other stuff in there that we just don't know. And I don't know if you saw, but I gave a paper with Alan Hallett at the ICRS.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So we're continuing. Luckily for me, we're continuing this collaboration. And so I spoke with Alan the other day, and we're looking at ISO 48, which is the other major byproduct that's in a lot of this converted THC. Now, the thing is like if you buy a beverage in Minnesota and you say, bring that to a testing lab, they're only going to see Delta 9. So it's diluted at such a level that you really need to do really good analytical work to be able to see and quantify the minor byproducts in there. So I would say, like, if you look at most that hemp derived Delta 9 pollen that's out there is probably about 75 to 80% pure Delta 9 THC. So what's that other 20%? That's the alarming thing. I mean, it sounds like, okay, in some cases, we could actually see other little molecular weight 314 bumps. And so 314, when we're looking by mass spec, is the molecular weight of THC. So these are other THC isomers.
Right.
So now that like Cayman and a lot of these other companies like Aldrich and whatnot are supplying those analytical standards, I can now buy those standards and then use my GC and identify those components in there.
Great.
So we see upwards to 6 or 7 different isomers of THC in there. And the other problematic thing is that if you look at the peak shape of some of these, some of them are slightly shouldered and abnormal, which means there's more than one thing in there. So
Well, okay, so I
yeah.
don't want to cut you off. I want you to keep on that thought because I can tell you, I've, I have a partner who converts and he does natural conversions and he has very pure material. It's like upwards to 95 to 96%. I should get you some samples to look at actually. But I can tell you from trying it, it makes me feel very different. And the next day, I'm much more lethargic and I don't feel as clean as, let's say, when I'm, trying my hash or another constituent that's in a different process. So,
How are you consuming the hemp derived D9 in a beverage?
so yeah, we've got beverages, gummies, I've tried it all. I've even formulated vapes with it that I was like, yeah, we just can't, this is not it. We can't
Yeah,
do this.
I think what you
Um,
really need to do is I think you really need to like dab it and really see like, does this treat me
I don't even want
different
to
than
try,
say
honestly. It's
does
after
it treat me different than a distillate? I mean,
I'm
I'm just
just
trying
not there.
to use like your own bioassay, as Marcus would say, to basically try to titrate yourself on that because I don't
Yeah,
know. I mean, like I've heard people not have good experiences with hemp derived gummies
that's
that
me. Yeah,
normally they would be okay on a regular, like, I don't know, regular gummy. But the truth of the matter is, and this goes back to Jody's point around big business, is that folks, like it or not, this is a commodity business, man. And in commodity, low cost will win every day of the week. It'll win every day of the week because the thing is like they could probably produce THC by conversion for like less than a third of the price that it takes to get a license, grow cannabis plants, extract
right.
cannabis plants, make distillate, make that same THC molecule. You'll spend 10 times the amount you're spending on just doing conversion. And think about it,
Totally.
Colin, with conversion now, you just
Yeah,
build one factory where you have CBD coming in the front end, hemp derived D9 drinks going out the other end. And
right.
the entire process is, yeah, an investment. It's a canning line, but now you're talking about Anheuser-Busch and
Yeah.
Constellation,
But still, it's nowhere near to your
deepest
point.
freaking pockets ever because they've capitalized on selling beer and booze all these years, right?
Yeah, but even as I looked at it for other companies that I've worked for, you know, there's in terms of regulation going to a regulated state to put that same product out, it's far less. I mean, you don't have to go through the same testing. You don't have to deal with any of the same taxation. I mean, it's insane. It's just it's like dealing with selling potato chips. It's like it's actually that's where I think we need to take a hard look at this and start to understand like there's just bad actors that are taking advantage of a lot of this because of that.
Right. I mean,
And like
there's
we
great.
sit here and talk from a very different bar, I think. But the bar is, as I can say openly, on the floor. It's like it's sad, but we all care so much that we can't even believe that it's there.
I think
So
it's like any slice of consumerism. It's like even like with restaurants, there's good
yeah,
mom and pops, there's terrible restaurants, and there's chain stuff. You'd never go to eat, Taco Bell and McDonald's and all that,
yeah,
you know, right? So we'll go to the local taco shack here, right, and support a mom and pop, just like with beer. I mean, yeah, if I drink an IPA, I'll drink the local brewery that I know employs people who live in my neighborhood
yeah,
because that's what they do for a living. With
yeah,
weed, you almost want to think of weed in the same way. Can
right.
you go to Walmart someday and get a pack of smokes? It's like the beautiful thing, I guess, with a free market is that ultimately we'll be able to choose who we support and what we support with our spending dollar. We have that option. For the introduction to the large masses who might someday be buying their weed at Walgreens or Walmart. I mean, is that you? Probably not. It's probably not anybody on this panel, right? We
Yeah, but it
all
is
were kind of
most
like,
people. I mean, Budweiser
Exactly.
still the highest selling beer. And I live in beer country now, where it's all about the local IPAs and where this is made. But that's the exception, not the rule. And so when we look at consumer research, potency and price still drive product decision. And that people aren't coming in and saying, where is this grown and is this local? Like they are in pockets. Like when I used to live in the Emerald Triangle, people were doing that, but there was still a cookies dispensary in my town. Even though, you had a higher level of consciousness in that community. But for most people, not people that are on, we're like if you look at the bell curve, right? We're like 2 standard deviations above the mean, this group, right? But if you're looking at the average consumer, they're like, where can I get the most THC for the smallest price? And that's what they're looking at. So when you look at, to your point about these hemp derived products, if I can go on Instagram and order 1,000 milligrams of hemp derived D9 and pay bottom prices for it, most consumers are going to choose that option. Now, you also have accessibility as that plays into that, right? So like alcohol is available in all 50 states here. Cannabis is not available in all 50 states. So if I'm living in Texas or Kansas, where I don't have access to cannabis, I'm absolutely going to go on Instagram and order that stuff for the lowest amount of price and who's willing to ship it to me, even though I live in a state where it's illegal. And if I'm under 21, in any state, I'm probably going to do that because not all of these companies do age verification. And, I grew up in Indiana, and believe me, 18-year-old Indiana Amanda would absolutely be ordering hemp-derived Delta-9 products for as cheap as I could find them in the most potent form. Because I used to order the shit that was in the back of High Times, like OPM or whatever the hell they called it. Like, we used to order that because we didn't have access to anything else. So, like, I think that we have to do a better job of educating consumers, and cannabis as an industry is still in its infancy. So I think most consumers are still in their 21-year-old drinker phase of being a cannabis consumer, and the alcohol, Natural Light and Mickey's Ice and all the shit I used to take when I was a younger person because it was cheap and it got me fucked up really fast. Like, a lot of cannabis consumers are still in that phase, even if they're 50 years old. Oh yeah, like Jägermeister and Goldschlager and it just makes me like ill thinking about it. But like, we'll get there. But the prohibition of cannabis feeds all of this, right? Because if cannabis were legal in all 50 states and cannabis companies could actually market and advertise and have lower compliance costs and be treated just like other industries, the consumer would have a real choice. And they'd actually be able to think beyond price. They'd be able to think beyond potency. In any state, they'd be able to go into a store and ask the same questions we're asking about our food. But we're not there. We're still in this forbidden fruit, feast or famine, like weird scenario around cannabis, which is why these bad actors in the hemp space are able to thrive. No one's buying like unlicensed, unregulated alcohol off of Instagram, even if they're not 21. They're just getting a friend who's 21, go to the store and buy it for them. So we'll get there, but like prohibition is like, that's the evil. Like, that's the thing that's making all of these other problems real, is the fact that cannabis is still prohibited in a lot of places and people can still go to jail, but they still want it. So the demand doesn't go away. It's just the way that they can get it has to be through places that aren't as safe. I mean, prohibition, as you all know, doesn't stop behavior. It just drives it underground. It makes it more dangerous. It gives opportunities for bad actors to take advantage of demand. So like, that's the enemy, is still going to be the prohibition of cannabis.
Yeah, and I think what you're touching on here is really, the reason all of these chemical constituents exist is because of that. Chemists are going to be chemists. Like, that's just the way it is. You're gonna throw a challenge in front of us. Great, let's go. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Necessity is the motherhood of
that's what we're
invention.
built on. But like, this here, I think is really cool. This is made by David Downs and a dear friend of mine, Eric Lister. They had an art show called Get to the Bag, and we went through just the evolution of cannabis in a bag, and it went from that to to this to and they did an art show on it and had all these different just in different concepts of how people were visually communicating to one another as to how to get cannabis to someone. And I think it's a really cool evolution and really thoughtful of them to think about it in this way, because it kind of is part of the fabric of where it all came from and what we, you know, think about. You know, this is very, it's cool because it's like opportunistic but artistic, and you know, a little bit trappy but also professional at the same time. And
and when I first started smoking cannabis,
I
it
love
wasn't
it.
even block. It was licking the top of the baggie so that you could fold it over and make it
Yeah.
so airtight.
Little sandwich baggies.
I
And
will
you know,
say
in the
that
90s we had these guys, you know, like this was my era, you know.
Well, that makes us envious up here in Canada. I mean, our that's a major problem we have right now is our packaging is so limiting. It all has to look basic. Like, look how cool that is. Meanwhile, up here,
I
like
mean,
all
some of it's like
every
it's
bag here has to look the same. They all got to have that warning. They all have to have this big yellow label. We can't
Joey
have
was
fun
in
with
there.
our packaging yet. And that's, I think, a major drawback that happened here is that cannabis being a subculture for so long relied on creative musical art, lingo, slang, icons. I mean, we had a culture that flourished with even glass blowing, like what
Yeah.
Bolo
I
Man just
mean,
type right
my
now.
first hustle was making t-shirts. Like this
Oh,
is from Fish
perfect,
Lot.
right?
Like,
And
and then
so
I would like, you know, have our herb second. But you know, it took us a while to like merge these concepts, you know, and bring it all together in the right ways. And still today, I think we all are still searching for that, right? But it's cool because I do think it's neat that people get to inspire one another from these things. You know, we're all talking about the same kind of medium in a way. You
Well,
know,
and is it fair to say, the consumer looks at the package in the US, you have so many cool, fun things like that. They can decide what brand will speak to them because we all do that with clothing and food and our choices of where we spend our money. We pick something that matches our personal sense of style or taste or whatever it may be. So whether you're more into the grunginess or more yoga aesthetic, like there are so many different companies that speak to that audience. Up here, one of my first issues in buying legal cannabis was that, again, every package has to look basically the same. All you get to go by is a logo for a company. And if you're interested in THC numbers and this and that, which I'm not, I smoke it all, but it's on there, but it was hard to buy. It was hard to make an ethical, informed decision about where to purchase. And I remember seeing a bag with a logo on it of a name that I recognized from an advocate a couple years ago. And I knew that they had been trying to gather up craft farms to go legal. And I was like, sweet, I'll buy that bag. Took it home, turned it around, and on the back it said it was tweed. And tweed was canopy growth, was this and that. And I was like, oh man, that kind of sucks. Like, oh right, I guess they sold to that company. And so, but I felt as a consumer, I still want to spend my money with these smaller companies, like not the big opportunists, not the ones using synthetics or messing around with it. And so how do we identify those farms and those brands that are good? And people already do that with, fair trade stickers and logos or certain certification. And so I'm hoping part of this fair cannabis plan that we have is to be able to go internationally and have a fair cannabis stamp on products that are grown to certain standards that give back. I mean, there's a company I think is called Evidence Bag, and they package it's in the US and they package it like an evidence baggie and they grow like growing
Farmer
it
and
in,
the Felon does that too, where
yeah,
they're
growing in farms, growing
yeah.
in prisons,
Yeah,
right?
so I hate to burst any bubbles here. I'm going to right
Please
now.
inform.
So, we have several certification programs in the US. We have Clean Green Certified, we have Dem Pure, we have Sun and Earth certified. California has the OCal program, which is certified organic, but they can't call it organic because that's a federal term. So they created OCal. Most farmers choose not to do it because the consumer doesn't care. And it's expensive. And it's thousands of dollars to get your farm independently certified. And then they don't see it result in any dispensaries more likely to carry their product, anybody more likely to buy their product. And they get discouraged by that. And, I lived in Mendocino County and I went to a dispensary that only carried small farmer. So I knew everybody on the shelf and it was great. And these same farmers could not get LA to carry their product if their life depended on it, because Los Angeles is like, they don't want that. They just want, oh, Wade's here. They just want, hi, Wade. They just want the highest potency for the cheapest price. So again, I think there's still a barrier there. Once the consumer starts thinking about cannabis like they think about food, and Walmart's carrying organic produce because that's what people say they want, we'll get there. But right now, people are like, I'm not going to throw away $5,000 to get clean green certified when it's not resulting in any benefit in the market, and my margins are already so slim. So education's a huge part of that. But Wade, it's so good to see you. It is so good to see you. Talk about CBD. I've grown some of Wade's CBD dominant plants that were just delicious and beautiful, and so hard to find in the market these days, those high CBD flowers. So that was a great joy of mine to be able to grow some of Wade's high CBD in my garden.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you,
Welcome, Wade.
Amanda. Nice to see you too. Blessings.
Wade. Big love, Wade. So Amanda, so I know exactly what you're saying. All of our dear friends are struggling with this, and have for a while. Especially when someone can literally put an ounce on the table as a loss leader until you just can't be there anymore. You know what I mean? That's hard to swallow, and that's talking from the older self. However, I do believe we need to be certified, and I do think we need these certifications to hold ourselves accountable and have good conversations about regenerative agriculture, and to spread that as a concept to bring a better regulated consumer product to market. And
100%.
yeah, the CFUs are really low and they're really challenging, but I can tell you, I'm growing in living soil with a partner farm in New York, and we're putting, great product on the market that's certified organic within, our realm, within whoever will recognize that. As you know, the USDA doesn't recognize us. So, but I do believe that we do need to do these things, because conventional agriculture has its limits, and it's not, it's not for everyone, this idea of living soil and regenerative agriculture. But I do believe that we do need to hold ourselves accountable to build that into the
100%.
regulated sense, because it's, as it stands, really hard. I mean, I feel for people in Massachusetts, where I'm at in New York. Delaware is like, I think 50 or 100 CFU or something for aspergillus.
Well, California is like zero. I mean, they have a zero tolerance policy for any kind of contaminants, which is why we see so many failures, and why we have so many lab corruption issues in California. And I do believe, and then one of the reasons Dr. Bronner started Sun and Earth Certified was because of how they felt about the traditional organic certification program for food, and how it had just become pay to play. I think one of the other big barriers, and I know Wade can probably speak to this, is that consumers don't understand sun grown as a valuable and, in my opinion, preferable method of cultivation. It's still looked at as less than, which dates all the way back. I mean, Etienne, you can remember, before we really knew where cannabis came from, and it just arrived at the dispensary, and BPG would have a little sun on the label if it was sun grown. And it was like 2/3 the price of the indoor. And I would always tell patients, buy sun grown. We weren't even testing it yet, so we didn't know what the THC percentage was, but people had feelings about sun grown cannabis because a lot of times it was guerrilla grown, right? So people weren't tending to the garden. They weren't there every day. It had a different appearance. So people thought it wasn't like the nugs they saw in High Times, so it wasn't as good. That still persists. And sun grown does not garner the same price on the shelf as indoor, which makes it harder for those farmers to make a living. And they're the ones that could most benefit from these certification programs, but it's hard to pay for those when your product is being, sold for $300 a pound, and you have to sell it because the demand is so low, because the consumer doesn't understand that, what sun grown is or why it's valuable. And we definitely see that here in Washington. I mean, my partner's buying ounces of sun grown, including the 37% tax, for like $50. And like, to me, sun grown is like, that is the organic apple that you buy at the farmer's market, versus like the big waxy red pesticide apple that you get at the grocery store. For the life of me, I don't know why people aren't willing to pay more for that organic apple. So again, I go back to like the consumer isn't there yet. And so I agree with you. I think we need certifications, we need differentiators. And at the same time, we need education for consumers to understand who are the farmers behind these products and the fact that they, with Ganjier, for the training, one of the days we bring students to a farm up in the Emerald Triangle, Humboldt, and we let them see. And these are folks from all over the world. Some of them have never seen a cannabis plant before outside of a picture. And it changes them because they understand the love and the craft that goes into these farms and the stories behind these farms. And so we need more people to get that message so that they take it back and say to their friends, hey, we should really be seeking out these folks that are doing it right, that are being kind to the earth, that are using living soil, that are using regenerative methods, because right now that message just isn't getting out there. And so, it's hard to like be the evangelist and be like, no, really, you want to look for these certifications when people are like, yeah, but I'd rather buy this product that's cheap and is going to get me really high. And it's like, that's not
the other thing we're dealing with in New York is like, that's the first question they ask. They're like, is this ins or outs? Like when we go to retail, like their buyers are like, what is this? And we're like, well, it's technically light assisted greenhouse and it's got full control. So it is technically indoor, but we can pull the curtains back and it's really interesting because there is a lot of talent out there and there's levels to this as you're talking about, right? In terms of quality. And I think that's the hardest part right now because the genie's sort of out of the bottle in a way where people expect it to be lesser because they heard the term, but it can be more flavorful. There's,
100%.
on the East Coast, we have bluer light. So we have a different profile that'll come from a lot of these phenotypes that we have. Versus the West Coast version of that, right? They just will inherently be slightly different.
Oh, absolutely. The expression is going to be different.
Yeah, like that terroir and all of that stuff you're talking about needs to be spoken about, I think, across the community. But it's ultimately comes down, unfortunately, for the regulated side of it, either you can put it to market and run it through a rad machine, or you don't sell it. And I think that's problematic. And that goes back to the testing and the rules and regs and, selecting varietals that don't have microbial loads that exceeding what the state will allow and then dialing your practices in. I think that's a journey in and of itself, but we do need to kind of figure those things out for these terms to be respected, I think. Because once you see it, a lab, it being talked about in these ways with aspergillus attached to it and, mold and whatever else you can think of, that's the main, it starts with outdoor has this, and this. You never really hear about indoor having, any of these issues, although they have the same issues, right? So
Wade has his hand up.
Oh, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. I'm just letting everyone know. Go ahead, Wade.
No, thank you, Marcus. I wanted to jump in. Memory says, Amanda, you would probably know, Tina Gordon at Moonmaid Farms and I can't remember the other fellow's name, Huckleberry Hill Farms,
Johnny.
I think, were doing a study where they were growing identical cuts in full living soil. And then there were another party that was growing indoors and they were comparing cannabinoid and terpene profiles. Can you give us a little download on that if you remember, or tell us where that's at, that research? Thank you.
I do remember, yes. And I do remember that happening. Yeah, it was Johnny Casali at Huckleberry Hill and Tina Gordon at Moonmaid. And what they found is that the cannabis grown outdoors had a more prolific terpene profile. So both in terms of terpenes present, but also magnitude of terpene, and then a wider variety of cannabinoids. So the THC percent wasn't very different, but the minors that showed up were different and were more prolific. So it was a more well-rounded, I would say, plant, which doesn't surprise me, right? I mean, cannabis grown outdoors is protecting itself. It's got a lot to protect itself from, and a lot of the production of terpenes is in response to stress. So when you've got a plant outdoors that, like in Mendocino and Humboldt, where it's 110 during the day and then it's like 50 degrees at night, like that plant has to adapt, and it adapts by producing terpenes, by producing cannabinoids, by producing things that's going to keep it alive. Indoor, it doesn't get that kind of stress. I remember Katie Jean from Emerald Spirit Botanicals, who grows some amazing cultivars, including Pink Boost Goddess, that's a high THCV varietal. They would take their females outdoors and they would treat them like princesses. She said they got everything they needed, and they would take their males and it was like outward bound, like they go leave them in the middle of the forest to fend for themselves and to get strong and to get resilient. So when they bred them, they had plants that were ready to be resilient against the weather, but also plants that were producing a certain type of cannabinoid profile. And you get that with outdoor, right? You get that ability for those plants to be stressed and for them to produce chemicals in response to that stress. Indoor, things are kept very constant. Now, sure, you can vary the temperature indoor to mimic, but you're not going to necessarily mimic the wind or the moon. You know, I mean, that's Tina's big thing, right? With Moon Maid, is that it's not just the sun that's interacting with the plant, it's the lunar energy that interacts with the plant as well. And you're not going to be able to really mimic that indoors. Now, that being said, I understand why people have to grow indoors. Some states don't allow outdoor production. Some states don't have the climate for outdoor production. You know, obviously you can pull 6 harvests when you grow indoors. You can only pull 1 outdoors, maybe 2 if you use light depth. So like, I get it intellectually, but from my own experience, I have found that sun-grown cannabis done in a craft style far outweighs indoor when it comes to flavor and aroma and cannabinoid profile. And just the being in touch with the soil and with the ecosystem and with the biome and with, you know, everything else that's going on in that ecosystem, which is why the microclimates in the Emerald Triangle are so interesting, because the soils are so different. Just a few, you know, 1 ridge away, you've got, you know, different soil composition, which is going to result in a different flavor. So I do hope that we can investigate this more and bring a level of awareness and of appreciation, just like we do with wine, to these different terroirs and growing climates. And because, like you said, Wade, it definitely produces a different plant.
So then, if I may jump in here, and I'm not sure if Ryan is close by or present, but this sort of speaks to last week when Colin and Brian were talking about these different things that they loved in the breedings and flavors. And then Ryan was like, guys, we can't just be calling them gassy smells and this and that. So we got to hone in and figure out exactly what these compounds are. So why don't you take it from here, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, Colin was talking about it as well. I mean, any genotype, any individual plant is going to vary to some degree depending on the environment in which it's grown. And there's all these different factors. And truthfully, like Amanda's saying, I mean, a lot of people don't consider the moon. When you're in a greenhouse, like I'd go to the greenhouse every night to pull tarps, and you'd watch the moon just change throughout the sky over the course of the 2 months, right, of the flowering cycle. And there's certain times of the day, like, full moons, I could walk to the greenhouse without a light, right? So it's undeniable that the plants are getting some kind of effect from that. To what degree and how much of which, is it the wind? Is it the moon? Is it the moisture of the soil? Humidity in the air? Like, all these things are going to play a role in the shaping of the phenotype of a plant. Yeah, and we still need lots of work. More data is always better. Like, I totally support anybody that wants to collect more data and be keeping track of it. A lot of people now are just like, yeah, get a lab report and slap it on the label and sell it, right? But if you're a company and you're growing, especially if you're growing the same plant over and over and over again in these different environments, you should be building a database of data, right, that you can then go back and look at, and we can learn from. So it's really, yeah, there's no doubt the environment plays a role.
Well, we're also looking at things like Marcus was saying, besides just terpenes, right? There's these sulfurs and esters and other compounds that are contributing to that aroma.
Absolutely.
And the aroma itself is very gestalt, right? It's the sum is greater than the whole of the parts. So it's all these different chemicals coming together to produce something that you personally interpret as smelling, so when we do for Ganjier, when we do the aroma assessment, Kevin Jodry is hilarious because he'll be like, and I can't do his New England accent, so I'm not going to try, but he'll be like, this
I was
smells
just-
like turpentine, but only turpentine that's kept in this kind of can, and it's been exposed to this temperature. And then it's like, the turpentine spills, but it spills on concrete that's been warmed for 2 days. And then that's what it smells like. And you're just like,
We gotta have Kevin on the show.
Yes,
I was
I
thinking
did
about
good,
him
Kevin.
actually earlier when you were talking. I was like, oh man, we should have Kevin here because he's the
Oh,
riot.
They're
And he's
coming.
amazing.
They're coming in a couple weeks. Him and
Great.
Dutch Grown.
He's
Oh,
fantastic.
awesome. So you
I
ask him
love
to
him.
talk about his methodology for
Yeah.
describing the aroma of cannabis, because we're trying to teach these students to go beyond. It smells like flowers. It smells like gas. It smells like, grass, and to like really think about what it evokes for people. And olfactory, the sense of smell, is our strongest sense, and it can really bring back memory. It can bring back emotion. And Etienne, you know this. So like back in the day, before anything was tested, before anything was labeled as a certain strain, really, all patients chose their cannabis by smell.
Yeah.
And they would go and they would smell all the different jars, and then they would be like, that one. And I mean, that was really speaking to a recognition that that odor was something that I liked, and it provided me relief. And I'll tell you, who's it? Oh, Marcus was talking about terpinolene. Terpinolene and I were never friends. Terpinolene was like racy, anxiety provoking for me always. And it is such a unique odor that anytime I would smell a cultivar with terpinolene, it was like repelled immediately. So think about food, right? And Swami would always give this example. You walk into a restaurant, you smell. If it doesn't smell good, you're like, maybe I don't want to eat anything here, right? So like we really rely on that sense of smell a lot. Unfortunately, at least in California with regulation, that's something that was taken away from most people, was the ability to smell their cannabis before they purchase it. And I think it's a huge detriment, because we're taking away one of the main ways that people sensed what they wanted and what their body was going to like.
Well, we focus a lot on the genetic differences of plants, but there's also the genetic differences of people too, right? Like, I mean, look at the panel's face when I say the word cilantro. I'm surprised that there's someone that doesn't just, oh, there it is, it's Etienne. Yeah, there's a genetic difference that's responsible for that, right? And it's in the way that you interpret that chemical that's in cilantro. And those chemicals are actually similar to some of the aldehydes that are in cannabis. So, I often wonder if there's that same type of thing at play where certain people react to certain terpenes in a negative way. And it's just because of a genetic difference that they have.
Well, I have a question actually about how it affects us over time. Like my friends and I have noticed that over 20 years of smoking heavily every day, I've heard something along the lines of when you're younger, it releases more dopamine, but as you get older, cannabis can release more adrenaline. Or is there a way that over time, your response to different terpene profiles might change? I definitely notice, like you said, man, there's a certain smell when I smell it, I'm like, I can't have this. It's gonna set me off on an anxiety trip. But back in the day, maybe it didn't. So is there any science into how, as we get older, that it's affecting us in a different way and causing more anxiety, perhaps some strains or?
Well, I mean, we definitely, so I was talking about this at the opening of the show, because I consumed cannabis multiple times a day, smoking cannabis multiple times a day for almost 30 years. And, 100 milligrams of THC, go to the gym, totally fine. And then or in my 40s, that started to change. And the same doses became unpredictable. Like I was always that person that would never worry about overdosing. Like I could smoke all day at an event, go give my talk, go smoke afterwards. Like there was no level where I was like, oops, I better stop. And then that changed. And all of a sudden it was like, there was a level where it was too much, and where I flipped from being okay to being anxious. And I'm not as familiar with the research, but I can tell you that as we grow older, our metabolism changes, the balance of hormones, especially for women, and our bodies change. We become more sensitive. to pharmaceutical drugs. We become more sensitive to alcohol. The impact of bringing in phytocannabinoids for long periods of time and how those bind to our receptors, there is a possibility that will transform how we receive cannabis, how our ECS processes cannabis. John, I know you want to jump in.
I'm going to say I was consuming large amounts of cannabis, and after I lost like 100 pounds, basically, I cannot eat what I used to eat before.
Yep.
I can't eat like 700, 500. There's no way. I do not like that at all. Zero. So I'm now consuming 25s, 30s, maybe 50s. And where before I would always be 250s to 500. So that was a big factor in my change in my weight loss, and just that natural kind of healing was I do not consume as much as what I used to, 100%.
So I think our ability to metabolize cannabis and what a right dose looks like for us and which products fit best with us, I think that absolutely changes and evolves throughout our lifetime. And then the key is not to like push forward regardless,
Yes.
but is to listen to that and say, all right, let me adjust my dose or let me adjust the products that I'm consuming. I speak to a lot of longtime consumers who decide they want to move away from smoking. Smoking cannabis is not the same as smoking tobacco, but it does produce some of the same effects because you're lighting plant material on fire and inhaling it into your body, just point blank. So things like skin changes, teeth and gum changes, voice changes, those happen. And so I know folks who have said, I'm clearing my throat a lot and it's starting to bother me. Luckily with cannabis now, we have so many different ways we can consume it. Smoking used to be the way because it was like the only option, right, that we had. When we do research on consumers now, we find that among current consumers, about 65% of them say smoking is their preferred method of consumption. When we talk to potential consumers, people who have not yet consumed but are open to trying it, 75% of them say they would choose edibles if they were to try cannabis. So we're definitely seeing a shift away from smoking, partially because we have other options, partially because it's not allowed anywhere. So if you're trying to use it in a social situation or at your kid's softball game because your knees hurt, like smoking is not going to be the best option for you. So it's interesting. So it's like we evolve as people, the industry evolves and what they have available for methods of consumption. And it's just, it's fascinating. And Etienne, you asked a question a long time ago in the chat about what research we should see more of when it comes to health and safety around cannabis. And I think it's realistic consumption. So much of our research on consumption is based on smoking. It's based on questions like, have you smoked a joint in the last 6 months? Yes or no? It's very rudimentary. And part of that is because for cannabis research, we can't really use products that are in dispensaries. We have to use like the NIDA controlled source of cannabis. But I think we can get a lot more nuanced into what products are people using and what way are they using them over time. So longitudinally. So like, here's someone that started smoking cannabis when they were 18. Now they're 65. Now they choose gummies. Like, what was that evolution like? And what do we know about how their change in consumption? What motivated it? What were the outcomes they were experiencing at different points in their life? So like, there's so much more we can learn about the consumer journey beyond just yes, no, do you use cannabis, that I don't think we're tapping into. The difference between daily consumers who are consuming dabs multiple times a day versus somebody that's having a gummy before bed. Like right now, we put them in the same category, daily consumer. But there's nuances there. 2/3 of cannabis consumers consume every day. But what does that mean? Right? It's a weird metric just to lump them all together because they happen.
There's not really a metric. You just fall clinically right now, as we're finding through the VA, you just fall under cannabis use disorder, right? Which just kind of become that de facto blanket when there's realistically multiple levels happening. And I completely agree. There should be a study of what is an efficacy dosage. Again, it's completely subjective, but we have found that You know, a 5 milligram drink is a lot better than a 20 or 100 milligram drink for most neophyte users, right? Which is, we'll just equate it, don't be mad, people, beer, right? People want the same equivalent in cannabis, which we would call type threes. You know, in the future, they want beer. They don't want what we have concentrates, which is anything from, you know, whiskey all the way up to Everclear, right? Just giving reference points for people for understanding, because there will always be a need for that higher level, or depending on medical need or efficacy. But there's just such a lack of science and understanding about what is a safe dose, what does work. I mean, we're still having the same problem. People are like, hey, I just found out I've got this cancer. What's the bud I take for this cancer? And that's where we have to start that long rollback conversation, you know, that we've all had with people, to say, sorry, I wish it were that easy. It's just completely subjective. And I think this has always been the anomaly about cannabis, because as you were talking about, the very educated consumer here in California knew what they were smelling. I was just a month ago in the USDA's garden in Geneva, New York, and I was talking with the gentleman who actually grows for the University of Mississippi now. And for the first time, they're finally growing 22% THC, which is, so we're finally getting the research triangle to finally get up to speed to what the consumer has access to, not to mention whatever modality or everything that is going on. So I want to, again, just thank you for your frank and open discussion, as well as that discussion we need to have is just, what is a safe dosage? What is a reasonable dosage? Where does abuse happen? Because one of the things that law enforcement is dying to try to find out is, where is there an impairment test for cannabis, right? That is their holy grail right now, because right now a saliva test and anything can only prove that it's in the system. It doesn't prove impairment. And impairment with calibrated cannabis users is very difficult to do, whereas the neophyte or occasional user, that's the real concern. That's where the accidents are happening. That's where the problems are people who don't understand what and how they're ingesting. And something we're significantly not talking about is that mixture with alcohol and what that can do, because then all bets are off. Then it changes a whole set of realities for people, that induce nausea and lots of trips to the bathroom and holding up people's hairs and people passing out, which leads to people going to hospitals, and you know, the real dangers of cannabis, not to mention the realities that are coming as more people are coming up with, you know, and the real problem is this cannabis hyperemesis, which people have died from. There's literally 5, I've counted 6 deaths that have been scientifically happened. So there's some sort of reaction in science that needs to be understood there. And what is happening? Is it a THC? What is happening here? Because there's some real factors that are falling under these umbrellas, like we talked about, cannabis use disorder, that are real problems that have to be diagnosed. And there's lazy doctoring going on by just umbrelling people with this problem, where there needs to be further research to understand these different dualities that are taking place.
Well, to your point, Etienne, you know, we talked before about, you know, the FDA, cannabis not being an FDA approved drug, being a barrier to adoption by doctors because they need it to be FDA approved in order to build insurance, and insurance companies want to make the money. Cannabis use disorder is a very similar situation. You know, it has to be a disorder. It has to be an ICD-10, I think we're on now, condition in order for it to be billed to insurance. So they have to come up with some term. And cannabis use disorder, I believe, was 2008 was when it was added to the DSM, because they needed a catch-all for people that were consuming cannabis every day, but yet not really showing any other signs of what we would typically call addiction. And we did an episode on To the Truth About the Plant a few weeks ago on the difference between intoxication and impairment. And I think that that speaks to what you're saying, right? So with driving, regular consumers, people that are consuming cannabis a lot, they may be what we would define as intoxicated, meaning they feel different than they do when they're sober, right? But that feeling different is not indicative necessarily of impairment, meaning that they're not able to operate machinery or not able to take care of their kids or not able to do their job. We have conflated those two things with cannabis when we shouldn't. Because a lot of times we're taking this thing from alcohol. We're saying, well, if someone's drunk, they're probably impaired. And many times that's true. But someone can be high and not impaired. And a lot of that has to do with experience. People that are very experienced using cannabis can be high and still be functional and operational and not a danger to themselves or others. Newer consumers, that's a little bit of a fuzzier line. For newer consumers, intoxication isn't usually indicative of impairment because they don't yet know how to operate with feeling that euphoric energy that comes with using THC. And so, cops don't like that, right? They want to be able to say, you have 4 nanograms of THC in you, you are therefore impaired, and it just doesn't work that way. And so it becomes really tricky, and they don't like that. They want a black or white answer. They want to be able to wipe your face and tell you if you're impaired or not. And cannabis, because of the relationship between experience and impairment is not going to be that easy. And so we run into a lot of barriers with that.
We argue that the impairment use for alcohol, they have breathalyzers, there are numbers, there's standards, but pharmaceutical drugs and even cough medicine, a lot of other substances, coffee even, they can affect how you feel. It says do not operate heavy machinery, but there still isn't, as far as I know, any sort of standard or testing for impairment on pharmaceutical drugs in terms of driving and such. So would it make sense?
Well, what they'll do, Jody, is if there's an accident, they will do a blood test and they'll say your blood came up positive for opiates or your blood came up positive for Xanax. They may not be able to prove that that was what caused the accident. But that's what they're going to say, like there was a presence of. And then if there's a lawsuit, like you hurt somebody in that accident, then that might be grounds for taking you to court and having you have to claim responsibility. But you're right. There isn't this, well, because it's prescribed to you. So it's this idea that like my doctor told me to take this, so I'm taking it. And therefore, how can I get in trouble for having taken it? Where alcohol is recreational, right? It's you made a decision. You didn't have to drink this and drive. And, now we're having these discussions about social consumption and consumption lounges, and DUI is coming up a lot because it's like, do we really want someone to be in this lounge and like use a lot of cannabis and then get into a car and drive? Well, most people, we don't want that. For some people, it won't matter because they use so much cannabis that they're not impaired, even at high doses. But how do you know the difference? If I'm somebody who's a server at a cannabis lounge and somebody's come up and had like 5 cannabis beverages of 15 milligrams each, how do I know if that person is the type of person that can handle that or that they can't? Now with alcohol, we have safe server training. We teach servers how to identify impairment. And we teach them what to do if we think somebody's impaired. I don't see any reason why we can't apply the same kind of training to cannabis. I mean, at BPG, Etienne, you remember, there were definitely people in the lounge who were hanging out there all day. They definitely reached a level of impairment where we didn't want them to go out and drive, and we dealt with it, right? We had a protocol for that. So I think it's manageable. I think it's a scare tactic that people use in order to not allow cannabis consumers to congregate together or to create this idea that they're more dangerous to society than they really are. But yeah, I mean, it's a sticky wicket, as they say.
I'd like to hop in on this one as well, because the one thing that we're not talking about and taking into account, which is a very important factor in all of this, is that people who will consume, not even a lot of alcohol, sometimes even just a smaller amount, but still clearly impaired, will absolutely convince themselves that they are safe to drive. Whereas even a very experienced cannabis user, like if you ate too much and it affected you, I'm telling you, like the last thing you would do is just be like, I'm just going to get in the car. Hey, throw the family in. Hey, I'll take your family too. And just go for a rip down the highway. I used to get people so bloody stoned when they would come over to my house. And sometimes I would leave more than an hour later and they would be parked in their cars, sitting in their cars. In fact, one time I drove away from my house and down the street to the stop sign at the end of the street, and there was a car like at the stop sign, and I was kind of like honking. I was like, what the hell is this person doing? And when I got out, it was this girl that happened to be at my house before, and she was just like, I'm so stoned. I can't drive. Like, can you park my car? So I like parked her car and she came back in the house. But it just always reminded me that I never grew up in all my years of getting people very, very, very high. As near as you could be called impaired from cannabis for certain. And I never saw a single one of them really even try to walk, let alone get in behind a car and drive away.
The difference is
What
To comment.
freeway and went for a drive? How many people here smoked a joint driving? Come on.
Oh, I used to
Everybody,
not
come
be able
on.
to get in the car for like longer than a 20-minute drive without weed in the
I
car.
mean, I don't know. It's
I'll
almost
tell you, getting busted at a roadblock with like the 16 kgs for the Compassion Club back in '98 ruined smoking
Oh,
weed
yeah.
and driving for me. That was the end of my smoking weed and driving experience.
I did get pulled over for going too
Marcus.
slow once.
I mean,
We've dabbed together in the car, brother.
Amanda, to what you were talking about when BPG, we were attempting to move into a larger location. So just for people to be aware, BPG for its first 11 years had on-site consumption until, of course, we were forcefully evicted by the federal government, which is why one of my main regrets is I had to let Dr. Ryman and other great people go. I had to let like 52 people go, you know, so needless to say, absolutely one of the most horrendous and painful things. However, in 2020, when we're going for a new dispensary, that unfortunately it never panned out due to, of course, the pandemic, which killed any type of access of funding or type of build outs, just disappeared. The city of Berkeley wanted to make it so onerous that anybody who came into the consumption lounge that we were going to have, you would have to sign a waiver form. And then, depending how long they stayed there, we would have to provide either a Lyft or Uber for them to ride home, but they would have to sign on to a list. So this is the type of onerous um, places that municipalities are put in because there is no societal or police test for on-site consumption. And the new fear, because again, previously when Dr. Ryman was with us, it was just patients or caregivers, whereas people coming and anybody to consume, we know that the even experienced users we would have pass out, and then of course we would have to call emergency services and they would come, because we would have people come directly from surgeries, all kinds of most bizarre things you wouldn't think of. People would literally pass out from cannabis for, and these were experienced users. So of course there was concern, and that's one thing that Dr. Ryman, I remember you helped us. We came up with a contraindications form because we had people having real reactions to conventional medicines, and we wanted to understand what that was. One time it included an actual city council member's wife from the city of Berkeley. When she went to the ER and came back and told us, and we were able to say, oh, here, please fill out this form, because we want to understand scientifically as best as we can what it was you're taking, so that we can make other people aware, because this is again the grassroots activism we have to do at the patient to provider level, so that they can understand as much as possible what they're ingesting. Because again, the concern wasn't the experienced user. It did rarely become that, but it was more the newer user. And I think that conundrum is why every 6 months we see a new article popping up. New test has been found that's going to prove people getting they're high on marijuana. That still has yet to be found. So it's rather fascinating, because direct impairment with alcohol, we all learned very early and often. but the acclimatization that you find psychologically after 30 days of consistent use brings people to their original cognitive level, which science doesn't like to talk about, but it is taught about, because I learned that in my freshman year of college, right? If my professor told us is, if you go to class high, then you study high, and you're high for the test, you'll most likely get that information out as consistently as you've learned to retain it, which was mind-boggling at the time, but something we've all come to learn. But it's a fine-edged sword with cannabis, right, Dr. Ryman? Because you had to navigate that fine line as a user and a patient, as I watched you navigate your doctorate, which, you know, comes with its own set of challenges of institution, and including in the very liberal area of Berkeley, you got pushback.
I did. I mean, I will say biostatistics is what got me to start smoking in the morning, because it was an 8 a.m. class and 3 days a week. And I found that if I went and was a little bit high, I found the material so much more engaging, and I found it more interesting, and I was able to grasp the concepts better. So that definitely happened. And I'll say one more thing, and then unfortunately I have to jump. But when I did my dissertation, it has to go through IRB, which is the Institutional Review Board. They have to make sure that you're not going to hurt anybody before they approve it. And Berkeley had never had a study proposed with cannabis before. So they had to bring in an external consultant to review it, and they approved it. And I feel very fortunate because I have other colleagues like Dr. Marcoux, Jehan Marcoux, that came up around the same time as me, who were in programs that were not supportive and would not let them do research on cannabis and would not support them going to cannabis conferences like ICRS and kind of all of these scientific conferences that were happening. So I have to give Berkeley a lot of credit, because they absolutely supported me and they were proud of my work. You know, they would put it in the newsletter and they would talk about it. And, you know, I would get my mentors would defend me. I got in trouble with the feds because my research was actually funded by the federal government. I had a pre-doctoral fellowship through NIH. They funded my research on medical cannabis dispensaries. I don't think they realized that's what they were doing. They got mad at me for giving the results of my research at a press conference that Americans for Safe Access was running. They called my boss and said I wasn't allowed to say anything positive about cannabis because it was a federally funded study. She pushed back on them and said she's going to report the results of her research. That's it. She's not going to lie about it. And so they were really good about it. And we've come a long way since then. Now there's programs in universities just on cannabis. And Berkeley has a cannabis research center that I do work with. That's amazing that they even have that now, you know, so it's really exciting. Marcus, I just want to thank you so much for having me. I could sit here all day and talk to you all. I've so much enjoyed it. I rarely get the opportunity to have such great conversations about this plant. So I just want to thank you so much for having me. And it was great to meet those of you that I hadn't met. Etienne, it's so good to see you. It's been a long time since we've gotten to see each other in person, but I definitely keep tabs on what you're doing. And Wade, you know, you are just amazing and love you to death. And so good to see your face. So thank you all for having me today.
Yeah, really nice to see you, Dr. Ryman. Bye.
Thanks a lot, Amanda. Really appreciated your share today and hope we can get you back another time. So we'll
absolutely just let me know.
Leave that as an open invitation. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Yeah, when I kind of passed it over to you earlier, Ryan, I didn't really finish the question, and it was kind of like she was talking about the importance of terroir and the importance of sort of this education on learning, I guess on understanding and learning what it is that that is being created and sold and enjoyed, trying to understand these things all the way down the line. And we had an interesting conversation about, you know, the breeding and you know, the understanding of, you know, the language and, you know, figuring things out, like right down to the actual volatile organic compound or particular smell, or the importance of having that understanding in order to carry that into the future was basically, you know, which you were talking about from a breeding standpoint. I wondered if you could kind of go a little deeper into that today. Like you showed me some of those cards you had. I wasn't sure if you were actually wanted to go through that today and sort of show how
Oh, the
breeding
variety
works,
thing.
or
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I wanted to talk about a couple of things today, but we can do that too for sure. That's probably more interesting to the to the viewer.
well, whatever.
The listen, when you're talking about, that's what we tend to do that, right? We tend to get one lab result and then we say, oh, this cultivar is that thing that we see in the lab result. And it is, right? That's absolutely true. But when that cultivar gets grown in all these different environments, they do change slightly. They don't change drastically. Like you're not going to turn a beta caryophyllene plant into a terpinolene plant by moving it into a new environment. The general terpenes, they're usually still all present when you move environments, but sometimes the orders of prevalence of those terps change from one to one. And I'm sure that as we start doing deeper investigations and more tracking of these other volatiles, like you're saying the thiols and the aldehydes and the esters, they will certainly vary between environment or, from grow to grow or indoor or outdoors or, West Coast versus East Coast, right? So it's probably a good idea for people to consider that like a lab result is only as good as that one test. But when we're trying to understand a cultivar, as we move these plants around the world and grow them in different environments, we'll see different things. And this is no different from wine too, right? Like if you grow like a Pinot Noir in France versus growing a Pinot Noir in like southern Spain or California, they're very different wines, right? Like they produce significantly different amounts of pigments, and that ends up affecting the color of the wine and the flavor of the wine and the sweetness of the wine. So listen, it's
Elevation.
so early. It's so early. We don't know this stuff yet, right? Um,
Elevation, though, can you talk on that a little bit? Because it's, the air in which,
Terroir.
well, yeah, that too, but like the oxygen levels are different at certain elevations, and the plants uptake that and produce, as such. It was one of the bigger things that Phylos early on was focusing on with their geneticists. Was,
yeah. Yeah, well, and that's not even it's not even really a genetics thing. Well, I guess if you're analyzing which genes are involved, it is, but
yeah.
it, cannabis is such a polyfactorial thing, right? Like I was saying earlier, there's genetic differences within the plant, there's genetic differences within the people that are consuming the plant. How like how much THC is in your lungs really depends on like how long you inhale for, right? So there's all these personal dynamics with how you use the plant that ends up affecting the end result. So it's really like a complicated hairball to tease apart to say, hey, this factor is what's responsible for this, be it temperature, moon cycles, elevation. Like there's so many variables, right, that are constantly changing. And as we know from science, when you're trying to do these experiments, you try to hold as many variables consistent, right, so that you can rule those things out as affecting the overall result.
I love
Um,
I threw that in ChatGTP about the moon cycle, and the outside it says more affecting the microbiology in the ground, and then it gets more of the earth, that natural effect in the indoors. It's a pretty cool read, actually. After you said that, I was just curious. So there's ways of being able to find more research and reasons why we can now take a look at those now new findings and look at what's actually going on in the earth when the moon is out and how that's affecting the plant and making more synergy and stuff. So
You can post that in Hash Church on Facebook, Johnny B.
well, right now, perfect, good idea, dude. Appreciate you.
yeah, and which microbiome or what's the microbiome of the soil in your garden or in that particular garden versus another garden, right? I mean, it's such a complicated thing. Really figuring it out it's going to take some work and it's going to take some time, right? Which is again more data, more better. Um, I'm going to why don't you guys go ahead? I'm going to pull up the that thing I wanted to show, and then I'll share screen, Mark.
Oh, sure. I think I made it so everyone can share the screen, but just let me know. Yeah, I think you should be able to.
Ryan, Cannapedia can, when you send in your stuff, they can sequence the microbiome, so you can see actually what's there for you to actually continue to take those data points. So when you're breeding, making sure that you're all around well-rounded in terms of your approach.
Well, and
It's
that's the
pretty
microbiome of the
big.
flower, but there's also the the biomicrobe of the soil.
That's what this is.
Oh,
It's
it is.
that's
Okay, cool.
yeah, they do both. They do both actually. You should definitely. I'll send you a link to check it out. I think you'd be really like I
That's
am kind of like
Well, and
awesome.
again, like listen, like I said before, Kevin's brilliant. It's just, incorporating all this data.
Yeah, it's really
Uh,
tough. Yeah,
it's a lot.
yeah.
There's a lot going on. All right, let me see if I can share this. Here we go.
I got to jump in, Ryan, before you start talking. This is Wade.
Hey, wait.
I wanted to point back to Dr. Ryman's point about in sun-grown cannabis, a lot of the minor cannabinoids show up and or are more prevalent as a result of the plant attempting to defend itself from the various things that are going on in that plant's environment. I think it's really important to remember that it's the microorganisms in the soil that provide the nutrients to the plant. And there's a whole conversation to have there. But the point that I'm trying to make is that that's why we see such difference between the cannabis that's grown in living soil in full sun as versus the very best that an indoor grower can do. There's so many different variables that aren't there in an indoor situation because we think we know what that plant needs. And I'm a big fan of data. I'm a big fan of learning as much as you can. But again, don't lose track of the fact that this plant did not evolve.
Oh, you muted yourself by accident just now, Wade. But
Sorry.
you were on a good roll. Keep going. Don't lose fact. Don't lose tract.
Yes. Don't lose track of the fact that the plant evolved in soil long before we ever put hands on her. And our attempts to standardize her are doomed, really, in my opinion, because as we're talking about dose and whatnot, keep in mind, not only does each of us, our needs and our ability to consume cannabis changes over the course of the day, not just over the course of our lives. And that's because our need for the cannabinoids that are present there, be it for our mental stability or our emotional support or our physical comfort, your need changes day to day, hour by hour. And meantime, all of the people in the population, I'm guessing everyone on this panel has a different need day to day for the level of cannabinoids that are appropriate for your body, for your need, for where you're at in your physical manifestation in your body. That's all I got. Thank you for letting me rant, Marcus and everybody.
Oh, thank
Love you
for
guys.
ranting. Thank you for ranting. Appreciate you, Wade.
I need
Yeah,
to do it. Thanks, Wade. Big
It's the
love, man.
perfect it's the perfect cue into Ryan's breeding cannabis using playing cards as an explanation.
Can you see that on the
Tool.
screen now?
Oh yeah.
The
Okay,
bong rip time? Is it bong rip time?
it's definitely my time.
You can take
So
a bong
this-
rip while you're learning.
This again comes back to the reason I made these things was because the strain word keeps coming up, right? And I wanted to try to find a way to show the difference between like what is a biological strain versus what is a cultivar versus what is a variety. So biologically, a strain is a type that when I use the word biological type, and maybe that's a little too esoteric, but really you can represent that biological type by a playing card, right? Like a specific playing card. So something that's a strain, when we reproduce it, either through cloning or through mating, that biological type comes back. So if something were a strain, not only every clone of it would look identical to the parents, but every seed line, every seed individual that came from that parent would also look the same, right? And if you've ever grown cannabis from a seed or made seed and grown subsequent seed or subsequent plants from that seed, you realize that the offspring don't come back looking like the parent, right? And so when I started thinking about this a long time ago, it was well over 20 years now, that's why I got on this trip about a strain is not cannabis doesn't have strains, right? And in fact, plants don't have strains because when you breed plants, they're diploid organisms. when you cross diploid organisms together, almost always the offspring don't all look exactly like the parent, right? There's a genetic variability that's built into the genetic code or the genome. And the reason for that variability is that having that variability allows you to adapt to different conditions, right? So you grow a plant in one environment and it's specifically suited for that environment. If you move into a new environment, it's not going to do well, right? But if you have this genetic variability built into the code, it allows this opportunity for the descendants of the plant to adapt, right? And kind of find a slightly different genetic combination that works better in that environment. Okay, so this is really why I kind of, I rant against the word strain and I keep going back to it over and over and over again. This doesn't happen in cannabis. This is what happens in cannabis. We have a biological type where when you clone it, all the plants end up matching the biological type. And this is why we grow cannabis from clones in production, right? You make a mother plant, you take a bunch of cuttings, and that's now you have a little army of clones that all reproduce the type that is the parent. And we can give that a name, right? It doesn't matter. Sour diesel cookies, OG, who cares? Like whatever. It applies to all of the names. If you reproduce that plant sexually, either by mating it to another plant, even a brother or sister plant, or even if you made it to itself, we get this situation where the offspring don't all look like the parent. One of the offspring might look like the parent did, right? But the brothers and sisters typically don't all look like them, and sometimes they're better and sometimes they're worse, right? This is not a judgment call about better or worse. It's just to point out the concept of a lot of the times the biological type that we define as the parent and we all know as the name cookies, OG, grapefruit, sweet skunk, it doesn't matter the name of the plant. The offspring don't come back looking the same, right? And so when somebody makes seeds and they put the name of that plant on the seed pack, and then, what started out as a 9 of hearts and the seeds go to a different state or a different country and somebody selects the king of spades and gives it the same name, now we've totally confused the market, right? Because we're passing off something that's different as the same thing as the parent, when in fact they're completely different.
This has been the problem from the beginning, right? This has always kind of been the problem when somebody says, no, this isn't exactly, this is what it's supposed to smell like this, but that's what's actually happened.
Well, and it ends up in the science. I mean, like Anna Schwabe, who's a really smart lady, she did this study and they went and collected all these Blue Dream samples from dispensaries. And then she published that there's different types of Blue Dreams, right? Because some goofy grower either selected the wrong phenotype and called it Blue Dream, or they just passed off whatever plant they had and called it Blue Dream so they could sell it to the dispensary. And then the scientists end up at the dispensaries trying to collect samples of things called Blue Dream, and they end up with plants that are totally different, right? And the conclusion is that there's multiple types of Blue Dream, which is a completely erroneous conclusion, right? Like the problem was the sampling method. It's what we call sampling error in science.
Ryan, can I ask you a question? Is it that there is multiple Blue Dreams, or is there multiple plant types circling around that flavor profile? Like,
both.
Because I often feel
okay,
like
so it's the
right?
quick answer is both, and I'll give you the story behind that.
Yeah.
If you I don't know if you know the story of Blue Dream, but it was essentially it was a cross
Tell the
between
viewers though.
yeah, blueberry and haze. It circulated kind of from Santa Cruz, somewhere in the Bay Area to Santa Cruz kind of area. And when I was in California, we collected a whole bunch of plants and found two plants that were very similar. We actually collected them up on Spy Rock in Humboldt. And we called them Blue Dream 1 and Blue Dream 2. And they were Blue Dream 2 was the big popular one. It was like a massive yield. And it was pinene and myrcene dominant was the terpenes. I think myrcene was actually the dominant terpene and pinene was the secondary terpene. There was also a second Blue Dream that was a much thinner, phenotype, a lot more flower to leaf ratio in the bud, like the subtending leaflets were essentially very, very sparse. Really thin lamina, thin leaf fingers, and it had it was pinene dominant with a myrcene kicker. The myrcene was the second predominant. So it had the same terpene complement, like it had the same individual terpene inventory in the plant, but the ratio of the terpenes were different. And that to me suggested that they were siblings, right? Like they were plants from the same cross, but they were different individuals. They were genetically different individuals. And they were both sold as Blue Dream. And, like if you're gonna, ideally they each have their own name, but at least they were selling different siblings from the same, or what appeared to be from the same cross, right? That's very different from a beta caryophyllene dominant plant also being called Blue Dream, because those plants don't have the same terpene complement, right? And so they have when we do plant registrations in other species, specific, mostly flowers and apples, those of you who have read Michael Pollan's Botany Desire, he talks about this with apples, how if you grow, if you take an apple and you grow the seeds from the apple, the offspring don't look like the fruit from the parent. Okay.
Yes.
And so we don't give that the term variety, because variety essentially means a type. And so the word that the plant people have come up with for this type of plant, that when you clone it, they're all the same. When you reproduce it through sexual recombination, they're different. That's called a cultivar, right? And so that's why I've really been hammering for the last, whatever, 20 plus years now about everybody using the word cultivar, because, as you can see from these two examples from, oops, where I went to the wrong one here. You can see from these two examples, strain and cultivar, that the words actually mean, geez, I keep pressing the wrong one. The words actually mean different things, right? So this is kind of a justification or an explanation of why the word cultivar is the proper word to use. Now, something we don't often talk about in the word, when we use cultivar, is that you can have a different cross that also makes a 9 of hearts, right? And so when we register or characterize a cultivar, when we describe a cultivar, you essentially describe the traits, what the plant looks like, how tall it is, what the color of the leaf hue, the shape of the flower, the terpene and cannabinoid, breakdown, all that kind of stuff. That's part of describing a cultivar. You can end up with multiple crosses that produce the same type, right? And so that's what we call a cultivar group. Like a cultivar doesn't necessarily mean one plant. It means a biological type. And if you make other crosses that kind of recapitulate that biological type, they're members of that cultivar group, okay? The important thing to remember is that when you clone it, the type comes back. When you reproduce it through sex, the type doesn't always come back, okay? Then we get into the word variety, and I've using so variety is a biological type that's described that when we reproduce it, the biological type comes back. Well, so imagine that you've managed to do your breeding and you've locked down cannabinoid and terpene profiles, but all the plants come up looking different morphologically. Some are tall, some are small, some are like big fat leaves, some are, thinner leaves. They just have a different plant architecture. It becomes a variety when we can reproduce it from seed by crossing it either to itself or members of the same group, and it reproduces for the traits that we have described, right? So in this case, I use the analogy of hearts, and you can see that there's different types of hearts that show up in the offspring, but they're all kind of the same. They're all kind of hearts. Another example would be like nines, right? So we've managed to stabilize like the number 9 in the offspring, but they still have different colors, right? Those would be considered varieties, because when you reproduce the plants to themselves, when you cross them to themselves, that biological type comes back, right? And a great example of a variety is that's not a cultivar, it's actually a variety, is skunk one, right? Is Sam still here? No, it looks like he's dropped off. skunk one, right? Like skunk one is a biological type. When you reproduce it from seed, the type comes back. And that's why all these other seed companies around the world have taken it and crossed it to it themselves and start selling it as their own type, right? Because it's like it's one of those opportunities where you can buy something, reproduce it, and sell it, and the thing that you bought is the thing that you're selling, right? So the reason I harp on these words is to give kind of an understanding and a context that like when people are doing home breeding, there's absolutely nothing wrong with doing home breeding. It's just to understand when you cross something to itself or another plant of this, even if it's like a brother or sister, or even if you do a self cross, you're not always going to get back that same type, right? And that's what we do as breeders is we try to find the right crosses that when you reproduce the plant sexually, all the offspring come back looking the same. So yeah, I just wanted to jump just to put that down
I'm glad
because
you
I think
did.
this is such an important thing that shapes so many of the other discussions that we end up having, right? Um, it's so important when you find a new plant or something that's new and different or special that you really do characterize it, right? Even just characterizing the flower in terms of terpenes, cannabinoids, aldehydes, esters, thiols, right? It's really good to get a breakdown of those of all those chemicals and then see, do these traits that define this type, are they reliably reproduced as we move the plant from environment to environment, right? And then through doing that, you can start to understand what traits are a result of the genetic condition of the plant, and therefore we can breed for them. And conversely, which traits are highly influenced by the environment, and we might only get a specific chemical phenotype that shows up. For example, growing a plant in at a certain elevation in Humboldt or, Paso Robles or something like that, right? So,
Oh, Ryan, you're such a card.
Yeah, I think what you're bringing up is the foundation of where it, to your point, it needs to be be thought about, and you have to have that sound foundation to move things forward thoughtfully. And I think that's really what I'm taking away from this. And I know these terms are broadly accepted by a lot of us. I know you're definitely not the only one that I've had this conversation with. There's others out there that are very much trying to make sure that we speak about it commercially well. It's really tough, when you have Leafly and Weed Maps and things like that speaking, and in such a large voice against, what we're speaking on here. But you're totally right, and I think it's so important that we continue to have these conversations and help those that are, maybe getting into breeding make the right choices as they select, and understanding that using the right stock and authentic stock does matter, to
Well,
your
no,
point.
nomenclature matters. That's what you're proving is that we're
Yeah.
misusing once again proper nomenclature, which is a problem. Again, back in 2007, we created the Medical Cannabis Safety Council, and one of those specific adages was nomenclature because of the amount of misinformation. And it's only added because, as we have seen just from Rob's work of just the indica sativa, we still do not see that being embraced by the Leaflies and the others because they are so financially entrenched in their mind muck that they've decided to just accept status quo as opposed to challenging themselves to educate properly and effectively, which they could be doing if they willfully charge to. Instead, they prefer willful ignorance, which is a shame.
yeah, and words, it's a funny thing to say, but words mean things, right? Like words have definitions. And sometimes we learn words like the word strain, like we think that we know what that word means, right? It's a type of weed, right? Well, it's only plants are only types of something if that thing is reproduced when you reproduce the plant, right? Through seed. Um anyway, yeah, I find these words are really important for accurately portraying concepts, right? And I realize as well, I'm not going to change the industry with this. Like, there's so many, like you said, Leafly, and there's so many people that have a bigger voice. I can't. It would be unrealistic of me to think that I could change the industry, but I can change you guys, right?
Yeah,
Like I can
you
influence
can
you.
change the industry, man. Don't say that.
Well, no, it
Like,
takes time. Like it's
people.
like you can't just do something and it happens,
Right.
right? But
Yeah, that's
I was
fine.
listening to Jody talk the other day, and he's using the word cultivar, right? And it was like, man, it's like this has been a 20-year battle, and it's starting to have an effect, right? And you know,
Yeah.
it gives me hope that we can all take this. And Mark's been doing the same thing. Marcus, you've been doing the same thing on in the hash world, and Dr. Mark's been doing the same thing in the chemistry world, and Ed Can's been doing the same thing on the activist dispensary side of the world, right? Like our continued drive to be better and teach has a trickle down.
Yes. Well,
You know,
let's check in with Jody for a second, because you're here, and again, because it's a very male-dominated cannabis world, and being a woman in a historically male-dominated industry and activism space, what challenges have you faced, and what do you think, or how do you think women can be better represented in the cannabis movement and industry in Canada?
Gosh, big question. I mean, I will say I've never, I've been very, very fortunate and lucky and privileged to have never felt sidelined or yeah, I've always, I don't know, I think I'm not afraid to speak up already, so that's just in my nature, I suppose. So I think a lot of women are just more timid and perhaps, don't want to be seen as being a loudmouth bitch, they'd rather try and tread delicately. I did just want to quickly comment on what was just being discussed, because with respect to terminology, strain, sativa, indica hybrid, all of this, while our understanding is a little more sophisticated being involved in this industry, but because cannabis is becoming far more acceptable in the mainstream to talk about, and a lot of newcomers are coming in, like a lot, and cannabis was already mysterious enough, completely mysterious. Like people who hadn't encountered it just think it's one thing. It's this leafy stuff in a bag with seeds and stems, according to the DEA or whatever. They imagine it's like oregano. It's just like this thing. And once they are exposed to what it's like, it's pretty overwhelming. So it's almost like we're telling them there are some primary colors: red, yellow, and blue, and that's your introduction to the color wheel. And then as they advance and learn how to color with those colors, you say, guess what? You can make other colors. And there are actually things like teal and fuchsia and aquamarine. And you can start to, like, once they have an introductory understanding, because it is very overwhelming for people to come into cannabis and be like, how do I categorize it? How do I standardize it? How do I wrap my head around 12% alcohol versus 4% alcohol? How do I do that to cannabis? So it's, even though you're correct, absolutely, Ryan, and so many others, that yes, it's not accurate. I suppose it's kind of like, just let them in with that and then be like, hey, here's a little secret. Now you're enlightened and you know more. It will take probably a lot of time. But back to the woman thing, I find that one tough, because quite honestly, I feel that right now, yes, it is, there are male dominated industries, but there are also women dominated industries. I think when I think of men, right now, to generalize, uh, it's got to be tough. There's a lot of, I feel badly because I know there are definitely bad men out there. There are 100% bad women out there too, and all humans, there are good and bad. I have been hurt by men and helped by men. hurt by women and helped by women. I feel right now, I feel there's a bit of unfairness in categorizing men as dominating everything and being oppressors and being a threat. I mean, this whole thing about would you rather be in the woods with a bear or a man? I mean, fuck a man, obviously a bear is going to destroy you 100%. But I feel like there's this unfair assumption that all men are bad and all women are victims, and everything is shades of gray here. So again, for myself, I've been very privileged. I was kind of, I was married to a very famous man. He got put in prison and literally could not speak for himself. And I stepped into that position. So my path has been very different than what I think most women experience. I've certainly heard stories from other women of hardship and struggle and not being able to speak up at the table because they'll be labeled as rude or bossy. But I also know a lot of really empowered women, and we see that a lot in the cannabis industry, a lot of badass bitches, a lot of like tough women who are holding their own and running companies and doing very, very well. And, with mental health and men, like just being real here, more men kill themselves than anyone else. Men carry a huge burden in being expected to not be emotional and be tough. And, I lost my father to suicide when I was 9. I know that men, it's a tough world for all human beings, man. It is tough for all of us. It is a struggle, and we should focus on just bad actors and just those who are not kind people and who do harm. That's men and women. But, I also used to speak at events as a woman and say, listen, when it comes to cannabis, they get rid of most of the males. Like we're all smoking female flowers here. Like it's the ladies are what would give you the love. The ladies are the nurturer. I mean, the cannabis plant is a female plant. It nurtures, it cares for, it loves, it provides love. But you definitely need the males. You definitely need males still. And I think there's a good balance to be found. And unfortunately, right now it's tough because women and all people expect men to be strong, to provide, and to, do everything right. It's a tough world out there. My views might not align with a lot of others, but I've personally known so many men who have been unfairly treated because they are men. And I know many women who have been unfairly treated because they are women. But I have a unique path from many others. I've been blessed to be able to be a spokesperson, to never feel held back by anyone. And I try to give time to others to speak too, because I am a chatty woman. Women like to talk, men like to act is generally if you're going to go with assumptions. But that makes sense because women are taking care of children and need to teach social skills and stuff. But women are also far more vicious than men when it comes to gossip and slander and trying to destroy them. Like I'll tell you, I've been far more hurt by women than men in my life, is my personal experience. But I think we need to kind of get past all of that and realize that we need both. We obviously need both. You can't have just male or female. It's the yin and yang. There's pieces of feminine and masculine in all of us. I definitely have some masculine traits and feminine traits, and all people are on that range or in that circle at different points, and we change throughout our lives too. So it's just such an interesting topic when it comes to this, because it's just like with cannabis, it's not one or the other. It's not sativa, indica. You're not male or female or good or bad. We are all a mix of everything, and we all have the good and bad within us. And it's how we express ourselves and treat others that ultimately define who you are, and try to treat everyone well, men and women. So yeah, anyway, that's my opinion. It might be controversial. I might not be invited to speak at women's events, or I don't know, but that's how I feel. I do feel that. So yeah.
Jody being controversial? Never.
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 Anyway,
No, I think that was eloquently said. Absolutely. I can agree with that.
I do have a lot of love for a lot of women in my life, put my business, my activism, my advocacies. So I just put it out there again. But they're human beings. And so I don't really I don't know. It's not right to just define someone by their sex or gender or their whatever. It's just, who are you as a soul? If we were all blinded, what would it matter? Like, you're just interacting with another energy force in front of you. And again, those energy forces are masculine, feminine, and all the in between. So just be decent to people.
Dude, that just brought me back. Johnny B sneezing on a live mic while you were talking, like, just brought me back 10 years to one of the first hash churches ever. I'd have been in the private message going, dude, your mic is hot. How the hell are you going to do that while she's talking? You're hilarious, Johnny B. Appreciate your perspective, Jody. I appreciate you coming and sharing it with us.
No, absolutely. Again, I really appreciate coming. I don't know enough about hash. I know I love it. So, but at least I don't have to be a hash expert to take part in hash church. So thank you.
Listen, I know you took one of the biggest hash rips I ever seen a human being took take at one of the
Bowls?
it was one of the Toker's bowls, and you were dressed up in a costume. It was a big Renaissance dress, exactly. And I had the Ham gravity bong, which is literally right over there on the other side of my desk. This big, giant, crazy gravity bong. And I put almost a gram of bubble hash in the bowl and lit it and lifted it up. And it was just one of those ones that everything hit to near perfection. It just lit up the hash. It created the thickest smoke. And then she was just like, oh, what do I, yeah, okay. Just drop this. Takes this monster like near gram hit. I don't even think I ever told you how much you took. You just blew it out and then you went and hosted the party.
I used to be able to handle bongs, you know, I'm a joint smoker now, but yeah, those were good times. I believe there's even photographic evidence of that one in one of these culture back issues here. So
yes, and on the hard drives where they originally came from.
There you go. Sweet. No, wonderful memories. Can't believe it's, man, this is 20 years of me being here in Vancouver and at Cannabis Culture. That's half my entire life. I'll be 40 in January. And yeah, you've been there in my memory since the beginning. So it's an honor to be here this amount of time later and to be learning. Just to all of you, I've learned so much from you already today, and I'm finally excited about cannabis again. There was I think there's just a lot of pain and a lot of sadness seeing these turbulent in-between times, but again, cannabis defeated prohibition, where the wall is crumbling. We are going to win this. It's all in a positive trajectory, but unless we tend to that garden, those flowers won't bloom. So put your heart and soul into it, man. That's what we're here for.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's a good analogy. You know, planting a garden is not just planting a garden and walking away. You really do have to tend it. And that's what we need to do with the regulations, or they're just going to stagnate the way they are, where our garden's going to get covered with noxious weeds.
And aphids and thrips and all that's government for you. They're all the little pests trying to come in and destroy what you've got. But it's like, no,
they sure are.
we can overcome it. And no, I'm very excited and on a mission for quality. And yeah, I love being here today. I do also have to leave. I got more time than I anticipated. So thank you again to each of you, and for even Amanda and others for the education. Like, it's exciting, and wow, it's kind of like Captain Planet with our powers combined.
Yes, well, thank you for coming out, Jody, honestly. And I don't think I have ever heard a better analogy than the thrips and aphids and mites that are the government getting their little hands in there, sucking the life force out of the plant in not a sustainable way either, in a completely non-sustainable way, in a parasitic way, in fact.
So we must be the ladybugs.
I like it. We are the ladybugs. We are the ladybugs. I love it, Jody. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you all so much. Have fun. Have a great weekend. Bye.
Hey, listen, if you guys don't mind, I'd really like to take a moment to talk about our friend Craig Wiggins that just passed this week.
Please.
I don't know if you folks know him. I'm actually going to share a screen here with him, with a picture of him. If I can find it. Craig was a member of a group called the Cannabis, and Craig came from public, like a public banking sector. He was a commercial lender, and he came into cannabis, and with a couple of other friends of ours, he started this thing called the Cannabis. And what they did is they looked at the the corporate financial reports that were released every year from the public companies that were doing cannabis. And he would look for inconsistencies in their books that kind of disprove some of the things that they were saying. Um, he got into he as he was going around these facilities tours and trying to vet these companies that wanted exposure, in the press reports and stuff. He wanted to understand what was going on and what he was seeing in the facilities, so he started growing. And he had a couple of years of powdery mildew and some late harvest problems, and he contacted me, and I gave him some seeds and he offered him lots of advice on how to grow. And I suggest he was having mold problems every year, and I said, you should really build yourself a little light depth in your backyard. And he was one of the few people that actually did it. Like, he wasn't, most people are so resistant in putting that kind of work in where you got to be there every day to pull the tarp. But he lived at home and he worked from home after COVID. And so he took the time and did it. And guys, he started producing like incredible quality outdoor flower. He totally removed himself um, from the corporate scheme. He was self-productive. He made incredible gummies. He was a great chef, and he made these really incredible gummies and cookies, like super high end, beautiful flour. And I always thought that he was just the classic example of somebody that was making the most out of legalization. Um, and truly, he became one of us. Like, he was one of the few suits that came into the industry that really became a member of the community. Super generous, super loving guy. He shared his flowers. He shared his information. Like, he had all these contacts with people behind the scenes, and just gave of himself and gave of his time to make this industry better. And a week ago Friday, he went in for a hip surgery, and they kept him in the hospital for a couple of days and released him home. And on Tuesday morning, he had a heart attack and he passed away. And it was really sad. He's 58. He's just at the point in time where he was, he'd made the money that he needed to live out the rest of his days. They were looking at buying a house in Mexico so they could live there half the year. And yeah, I was sitting there puffing some of his flower on Monday morning or Monday night, and it was really, I gave him some clones this year, and he did an incredible job on some of these plants. One of them in particular was just fantastic. And I thought, I'm going to call him up and tell him how good that he was, or how good that this crop was, and what a great job he's done. But because he was in the hospital, or he had been in the hospital, and he was really in recovery. I mean, he had a hip replacement surgery. It's a big deal. And I thought to myself, no, it's too late. I'm not going to bother him, and I'll talk to him tomorrow. And then I got a message from his wife the next morning telling me that he had passed. So I just wanted to share something about this guy. He was an incredible guy. Um, he did a lot for the industry. He advised through their work with the Canalists, like they exposed all this stuff that these public companies were doing. Something he labeled the the biomass boomerang. He caught Aurora sending biomass to one of their own companies and then buying it back and inflating the sales numbers on their corporate balance sheet. And he caught it just by analyzing the deals and figuring it out. And Aurora actually in the last 2 weeks ended up paying like an $8 million fine for it. Because you can't mislead shareholders that way. Anyway, to anybody that knew him, you love the guy. He was just incredibly kind and generous, and I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge him. Really a great guy, and a big loss to the community. And for me, it was a real reminder. You got to tell the people that you love, right? You got to tell them the important things. There's no guarantee of another day. So please, guys, live every day to the fullest, and be good to the people that are important to you.
Yeah, beautifully well said, Ryan. And sorry to hear about the loss of your friend. That is never a good one for sure. And it is strange that we always seem to wait until they're gone to share. Like, it's just not set up in our society to be like, I just want to talk about someone who's alive and healthy and just is awesome. We don't do that so much. We're more like wait until we're gone, and then it's the pay of respect. It's a nice thing to do to people while they're alive. So I will tell each and every one of you, I'm very glad you're here and alive. Thank you for sharing your time with me. I sure appreciate it. No joke whatsoever. Got about 13 minutes left. I'd love to go till 1 p.m. PST today. So anything that anyone has to say on the panel that needs to get it said, you got about 13 minutes? No. Yeah.
Shall we do a bong rip in memory of your friend Ryan?
Yeah, I will join you in that for sure.
Okay, do that.
Sounds like a cool guy. And yeah, we learn this all the time because we're always dealing with patients, and we always found out after the patient's relative would come and they would say very absolutely wonderful things. Thank you for what you did. What happened made my insert loved one's life a lot better. And yeah, yeah, we never know. In a blink of an eye, we don't know if all of us will be here next week. So yeah, tell everybody you love them and appreciate them, and be weird about it too. I love you all.
Best thing about life is where we are and what we've created. So be grateful every day and give thanks. Because you never know when you wake up the next day, or you might not wake up, or you lose someone that you truly love or you cherish, or is a mentor of yours. So every day we live in grace and gratitude, and what we actually be able to actually establish here as a community. And Ryan, I just want to acknowledge you for all the information, and then being able to share your friend's passion and be able to acknowledge that and see how far he came, and look at how precious life is. And he was able to make that impact for others. And thank you for sharing that, because of where I had to pay. And I'm sure other people will with his work. And hopefully that continues on, because we all continue that vibe together here. So just want to thank you all and just acknowledge everybody here always sharing and caring, because we're a community building together as community and collaboration. And I just love always being able to see how we've been able to join together to make that difference. And we made a difference for your friend, and he made a difference for us and for others, and for more people to continue on with the journey that we continue here today.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, Jody said it an interesting thing with that whole, Power Rangers Unite, right? Like, what we're doing by sharing this, and I know people don't like it when I say some of these things. But the important thing, like for me, it's important to say them because we're shaping the next generation. We're not going to be around forever, right? And like it's kind of an honor to all the things that we've taken the time to learn, but we really are trying to make this plant better, and we're trying to make the community better, right? We're trying to like move the knowledge forward and help people. And if we all keep sharing and keep teaching, the next generation is going to learn better. They're going to be better, right? And cannabis will be better for it, right? And hopefully society is better for it, right? It's not just all about like getting high and making money selling dope or hash or seeds or whatever the hell it is, right? Like we
It's
really
not.
are.
Well,
No, it's
we're all caretakers, right? And this is the responsibility of caretaking, is making sure that what have we followed our sword upon? Science, right? We're not hypothetical, we're going replicated science, right? So that's what's helped. I mean, don't get us wrong. I mean, our own organoleptic and our own anecdotal got us here, and science has proven a lot of things that we didn't know, as we stated earlier, 30 years ago. But what we don't know now, which is still a lot, we have a journey ahead, but at the same time, it is our responsibility to correct people in smoking circles when they're wrong, and to challenge predominant thoughts when they don't there. And it is your responsibility, now that you're educated, you have a responsibility to speak up and step forward. You who are watching, you're now in that club of knowledge, and it's your responsibility to take it forth in your smoking circle so that they get educated and they can take it to their next smoking circle, and so on and so on and so on, because it's still done the old grassroots way, person to person, conversation to conversation. And that's how, Ryan, you came to know your friend, and that's how you came to care to give him clones, and now to actually be enjoying. And I my heart goes out to you to how bittersweet it is to be smoking his cannabis when you find out. You know, that's a coincidence in life I wish upon no one in life. I'm sorry you experienced that, but how lucky you were to experience that.
Weird. That's one I want to recreate. I am now putting aside hash from now till I die. I'm going to have little envelopes put aside, and they're going to be delivered to my friends upon my demise. And I will hope that each and every one of you will be smoking a little bowl if you outlive me.
That's the prize. That's what
That's
you
one
get.
of the prizes.
Yeah.
That'll
It's
be some of the most delicious and bitter tasting hash at the same time.
it is bittersweet, but it's beautiful. I just, you know, the thing that really hit me was that, like, you know, I told him, but I didn't get to tell him, like, hey, dude, this was like, you knocked this out of the park this time, you know. And I was so impressed. And you know, he was a younger grower. He was like 4 or 5 seasons in, right? So he was still figuring it out and cutting his teeth. But I wanted him to know, like, hey man, you impressed a bunch of really old heads. And I didn't get the chance, and that was the sad part. But and of course losing him is the incredibly sad part. Um and I posted it on my Twitter, and you know, the amount of people that chimed in across the industry that, you know, oh, miss all conversations and DMs. Like, he was having these ongoing conversations with all these people that he had met and shaping their worlds, right? And he was teaching them, and he was a smart guy, and he wouldn't fall for the narrative, right? He would say the uncomfortable things. And yeah, big loss to our community. So I just, anyway, Craig Wiggins, may you rest in peace, brother.
Rest in peace.
Yes. Rest in peace, rest in pot.
I was going to say, Mark, I have that box right here. When Horatio passed away, I had some of his product in here. When Jason passed, I had some there. And when we smoked some of Greg's, and it's kind of nice to be able to remember the ones that we've been close to us, who've had all of these great things in our lives, and that's the memories we get, right? Because we got to spend time with the people that were in our lives that gave us those little 2 millimeter shifts, and sounds like they really made some impact in your life, Ryan, and he made an impact to people around him, and that's impacted more and more. So it's like that continued compound effect we get to create here every day. And it was just brought me back to a memory. So I want to acknowledge and say thank you. It brought me back to the time when I got to celebrate when some good friends passed, right? So
I've
Yeah,
lost a couple of important people to me in the last year, and you know, I thought I came up with this kind of phrase. It's like, you know, everybody has the unique songs that they sing, right? It's like this unique vibrational pattern that is kind of distinct in the universe, right? And when we lose those people, that song stops being sung, right? So just appreciate the people and the songs that they sing, you know, while you can, and tell them, right?
I have in my refrigerator, I have the last gram of the Frenchy hash that I sold. And then recently, when I saw Madame Cannoli, she gave me a 4-year-old ball that she said she thought I would appreciate. And yeah, when do you smoke that? You know what I'm saying? I mean,
With me.
it becomes well, you come to America, I will fucking smoke that shit with you. God damn it. And Ryan will come, and we'll all fucking absolutely come down. Come.
I like that. I like that. That's something to travel for sure.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go down to his funeral, and I have a set of jars that he gave me. I'm gonna bring that down for anyone that chooses to show up, and we can all enjoy some of Craig's work. Because
Nice.
again, like, what do you do with it otherwise? I'm not just gonna hang on to it. Like, it's supposed to be shared by the people, right? People that he cared about. So
Yeah, enjoy it. Absolutely. And preferably with me. Like I said earlier, I think I deserve hash to be shared with, some Frenchie. I was connected.
Absolutely.
But,
Oh man, it's such a dark. I mean, it's wrapped and sealed. It's a ball. I've chipped a little off of it from time to time, but you know, at this point, I'm just saving it for a special moment in time. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if I'll ever touch that last gram. You know what I'm saying? It's just that special because of that memory of, you know, who they are, what they were, what they stood for, what they pushed for, which fortunately still lives on in the hearts and minds, and most importantly, of the creators of what he helped establish. Sorry, that hurts.
Don't be sorry, brother. It's all good. It's good to remember the loved ones and the people who inspired us, the people who moved the needle in our lives. We all have them. Some of us, we all have them personally, and some of us share some of them as well through the extended family that is Cannabis. And that's okay too. I appreciate each and every one of you. That was 4 hours straight with about 300 people watching throughout the whole time. Mojave's in the chat room, so shout out to him. Happy birthday again to John Maddox, a longtime Hash Church listener.
Happy
Survival
birthday.
of the medical system. Keep going, John. Let's make it to 60 and 70. Thanks to Dr. Amanda Ryman for showing up and dropping knowledge and just being an overall breath of fresh air, and for not being a dude. That was pretty cool. Also, thanks to Jody Emery, Geese Ramsey, now ex Jody Emery, now Jody Geese Ramsey. Thank her for showing up and spending her cheerful vibe with us, but also the reality and her not afraid to say whatever needs to be said kind of attitude. I always appreciate hearing from her. And Johnny B, you know, Ryan Lee, Colin, Dr. Mark Chaldon, Etienne, and of course, Wade. Always appreciate you showing up every Sunday, brother, to just spend time with us and to drop a little Wade rant, as you called it earlier. I laughed because quite a few people in the chat were like, "That's a rant I can get behind." I was like, "Yeah, I feel the same way. I think we can all get behind that rant, and we do every week when Wade joins us." Shout out to you, Skunkman Sam. You dropped off a little early, so hope everything is well and you're all good. And we'll look forward to seeing you next week. I'm sure I'll talk to you before that. And in case I'm spacing out and someone else came in earlier and left that I didn't remember, I apologize. Can't remember, but perfect timing. My son is just walking in the door right now asking me to take him fishing because he is obsessed with fishing. And he's been throwing his hook in the water for the last, I don't know how long, but the other day he caught his first fish out of the ocean. It was a black perch, also known as a rainbow perch.
Beautiful.
Yeah, he just caught that fish. He's right here off camera. Love you, buddy. And I'm going to take him fishing, I'm guessing right now. So thank you all for showing up. Thanks everyone in chat, all 300 and whatever of you. We'll see you next week. I hope we're going to have Rick DeLisi and his father. And we're going to have a nice long story about that'll tie into the mention of Last Prisoner Project today. And it'll just be good to have a long conversation about horrendous shit that once happened, but is now finally in the rear view mirror for that family. So thank you everybody for watching Hash Church. We'll be back next Sunday with episode 12. May the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later. And